You're pulling the study about Gen Z not drinking or liking nudity or prudes. Y'all, I think this is so stupid. I literally watched Orange is the New Black with my parents when I was in 6th grade, and it was I watched Black Swan with my father because I did not know how Black Swan was gonna be. But my dad is like the chillest person ever. I was the one who was awkward because it was just me and my dad in the theater. But guess what? I survived. And the thing is, too, I was like 15 years old, which I think is reasonable to be uncomfortable watching a movie like Black Swan where there's unexpectedly a pussy eating scene, which is also part of like the horror, right? That the psychological horror of Black Swan. This is specifically a movie about sex. Like I said, it's like doing it's like doing Human Centipede and not having the Human Centipede because, I think that's just probably too much. I think people will be grossed out by that. I just am flabbergasted by this. You're laughing. They aren't allowed to be naked on the one night a year, and you're legally allowed to have sex, and you're laughing. This is so infantilizing. Whenever people now see nudity or very adult situations in a big theater, they get uncomfortable. It's like, is everything just going to be a Marvel movie? No shade to Spider-Man. I did enjoy Spider-Man. But you know what I mean by that? It's like, oh, okay, got to make sure that there's still kind of the sheen to it that's going to make everyone the most comfortable that they can be. The commercial sheen, but also I don't even understand that because there are so many films that were commercially so successful and had sex in them. It's not even a PG-13 movie. It makes no sense. I don't understand what the fuck we're doing. And the other thing I would say too is I think people are confusing. I think there is this confusion. Also, Lux, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. I think there's this confusion between like exploitation when, say, there's been a re-examining of old media that is grossly exploitative and is what has helped contribute to perceptions in society and, bigotries and all that, when it is like so grossly exploitative that it actually also detracts from the quality of the media itself. Right, like when it's gratuitous for the point of being gratuitous and shock and all that. Young lesbians I see who worry they're perpetuating the male gaze by finding women sexy. I fear we're also confusing terms, also misunderstanding terms like female gaze, male gaze, and it's being incorrectly applied in attempted media analysis. So Yeah, he does seem very proud of himself. He's like, oh, haha, I took sex out of and nudity out of the movie I made that is about having sex on one night only. Haha. I keep seeing a lot of young folks misusing male gaze and not even understanding the basic conceptual framework behind it. Yeah, I'm not even going to lay the blame at Gen Z's feet because there are definitely plenty of people on the internet who are not of the younger gens, but in participating in online discourse are misusing terms, misunderstanding terms, like getting involved in discourse without actually having a grasp on concepts. And you know what? I will fucking blame TikTok because I do think TikTok is a platform where a lot of kind of what we talk about, the just how did this happen? How did we lose the plot? It really seems to, I don't want to say originate. It seems to really proliferate over there. And I think too, because TikTok being a platform that is quick bites and it's kind of like trying to be pithy in 10-second format, which often can create the problem of not including important information. And it's like if you're just being educated from TikTok, you're not doing it correctly. We wonder why so many people feel awkward in their bodies, yet we constantly act like we should be ashamed of our sexuality. Yeah. And I think I think there okay. So I would say like this is a good example of when there is an attempt at course correcting the culture and there's an overcorrecting. And I think it's interesting because as we kind of had that conversation yesterday about a lot of people now memeing the term woke and kind of seeming to cast a condescending uh tone on the on like the movements of the 2010s and the policy pushes of 2020. It's like, okay, you need to get really specific with what you are referring to as an overcorrection or as like an excess or as whatever. Because an example of what is an overcorrection is like the conversation around consent and understanding like how rape culture operates and how like normalized it is via the media as a tool for in our culture, yada yada. But that some people overcorrect in that they now view any expression of sexuality or sex or sensuality as problematic, as exploitative, as a part of rape culture. And so that's where the kind of claims of Puritanism and no, why is our culture so sexless, yada yada yada. That to me is where I can identify where the kind of discourse ended up in this direction where there has been overcorrecting and there have been misunderstandings of this being this and that being that. And I think it is great and important that there's been more of an openness and understanding around how a lot of people's early sexual experiences are very wrapped up in trauma because of our lack of understanding and because of rape culture being so normalized, and just because also your burgeoning sexuality and early sexual experiences are awkward because you are venturing into this new thing but it's all been kind of mixed together, and that's how we're ending up with this discourse around sex on screen. It's so hard to be a kid first discovering your sexuality. Like, yes, it's needing to be clear that there's a difference between, oh, this is awkward and uncomfortable because you're discovering something for the first time, because it's new, because you're coming into yourself and your identity and exploring things. And that has always been the case. Difference between that and then like something is uncomfortable because you're being exploited, because you are being abused, because, you know, the experiences you're having are not ones that you are consenting to, like, because you learn consent as well when you are starting to have, when you are discovering sexuality. And it's good to have that basis understanding of consent, but it's also something that comes from exploring with what you're comfortable with, exploring with other people. Yeah. So there's kind of I think the morals and the ethics and the what's normal and healthy normal versus what is normal in a bad way, what has been normalized via our culture. Good example of how discourse is broke is people all went after Sabrina Carpenter for applying the male gaze when that wasn't the case, but TikTok was so convinced about it. Yeah, that was a mess. That sometimes I see discourse around something and I go, I don't know if I'm going to jump in on this. Big Waldo, thank you for the 10 months. And that was an example. Hannah, thank you for the 21 months. And the other thing too, though, is it's complicated because when we still live under a system that is patriarchal and that capitalizes and commodifies women's bodies, and how historically so much of our media is through this very objectifying, exploitative lens, that we are still having to, we are still like living with that reality while also trying to lay claim to our agencies and to have the freedom to express ourselves and not. And I think for women, it's tricky because of the reality of the system that we live under that has that treats our bodies as a commodity, and that can easily twist self-expression into a gross capitalistic way. Anyway, have you seen the Northern Lion clip about this? Yes. Yeah.
Movie. I told him to go see The Lighthouse. Next day he was pissed because he was going out on a movie date. Honestly, are the neurotypicals okay? Might be the mermaid jerking off scene and the farting. Okay, so what are you suggesting? It's inappropriate for a date. The shit that pisses me off is you are all atheists and you're like, I don't want to watch a movie with farting is not appropriate for a date. Well, it's going to offend their tender sensibilities. Like, your attitude towards the movies that you can watch on a date with a woman are unironically misogynist. Plus, the worst case scenario, if she actually does get offended and she doesn't want to watch it, don't you trust her to be like, this shit's kind of weird, turn it off. Doesn't make any damn... Why are you so puritanical? You're 22! Fucking chill out. It doesn't matter. Sit in the seat, watch the first 22 minutes of the movie, make out for the rest of it, and fucking add it to Letterboxd with whatever the consensus score is. This is the way, bro. I can't believe we have grown adults covering their eyes during sex scenes in like R-rated award-winning films with their parents. Just watch the fucking movie. I watched The Hateful Eight in theaters with my Mormon grandpa, and that scene was not a fun.
Also, people need to understand that sometimes discomfort is good. And we do want to push back against this idea that we should be comfortable all the time. And this is what I mean by confusing discomfort with like exploitation, whether it is we are being exploited in whether we are being exploited or what we're witnessing is like grotesque exploitation. And that is a valid, I would say, call out versus, as I said earlier, discomfort's not morality. Sometimes you'll be uncomfortable and that does not make the thing bad. Yes, it is good for our growth as human beings to sometimes sit in discomfort and experience that. You do not want to be always comfortable, but also understanding that that does not mean experiencing something, whether it is like consuming a piece of media or in your own day-to-day life, that makes you uncomfortable because it is violating.
Fun time. I'm freaking out. Why would you take your grandpa to a Tarantino film? Because he's lived long enough on planet Earth that he can appreciate true cinema. I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying. You don't believe that these are real people. You don't believe that the person you're taking out on a date and possibly wooing and maybe falling in love with and getting married and starting a family with is a real person with interiority and some autonomy of their own. You don't believe that the people who raised you are real people with complicated emotions that can and mature sensibilities that can actually handle stuff. I'm freaking out. You think you're the only real person. You think you're the old, well, you're literally looking at the demography of it and I'm being, this movie wouldn't be appropriate for them. They're not an 18 to 35-year-old male who spends 8 hours a day on Reddit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, one example from my stream is when we watched the Before Sunset trilogy, and people, not a lot of people, but there were some individuals who were moralizing over the affair that Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy have in Before Sunset. And it was a perfect, I think, teaching moment for what we're talking about here, where it's like, hey, so this is an unproductive way to view films. And don't get me started on the whole fucking conversation around cheating, but that is something I have noticed, which feels very internet driven and originated, in that any cheating that takes place in a film, like Before Sunset, is treated as something that the viewers should be upset by and therefore are turned off by the romance that is depicted on stream. That like any depiction of humans being messy in media, right? In film, in fictional storytelling, but storytelling that exists in the world that we all live in, that these storytellers are like getting their material from. It's this very bizarre thing of almost this kind, this is where like the Puritanism comes in. The desire for people on screen to not act like people do in real life. And in real life, humans are very messy. In our interpersonal relationships, we are imperfect and we do not always do things that would be considered like that we don't always do things that are morally pure, but that's the essence of being a messy human in this world. And it's very bizarre also. Yes, people like thinking that something or someone depicted is also an endorsement of those behaviors, when it's just also a part of the totality of that character. And then people were uncomfortable with the third film because of the conflict between the couple. Yes. Where it's like, I'm sorry, but if you have been in a relationship and if you've been in a long-term relationship, it ain't easy. There are moments where you do question what the fuck you're doing. And you can be so deeply in love and it can be still something that causes, there's strife and there's conflict. Like conflict, that is the core of storytelling because conflict is what produces the narrative. It's what produces, the character's choices. I disagree because it demonstrates who the characters are and whether you care about the characters or their story. And I'm not Puritan at all. Humans are messy. It's fine to demonstrate on film, but it's literally meant to be a romance movie. The entire point of romance is a happily ever after genre defining. I would disagree with that. I would completely disagree with your definition of what romance is. I mean, we just watched Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing yesterday, and within the romance, like there's so much drama, there's so much conflict, it's so messy, and yet at the end, like here comes the bride, everybody engages in revelry, and I think it's actually that would be very boring to watch on screen, a romance where nothing conflict-wise happens because that is inauthentic. Like that, you would be very bored to watch something like that. And not every romance does have a happily ever after. You look at something like Past Lives and there's romance in what is a dramatic film. But it's such a beautiful film because it does feel so, it does strike you as very real, and that it's not a film where the conflict is in the form of having like a villain, but the conflict is in the form of people's lives navigating around one another. And sometimes romance does not end with the fairy tale happy ending. A romance can also end with star-crossed lovers or tragedy like Romeo and Juliet. I mean, that's the truth of all stories, is like there's comedy in drama, there's drama in comedy, because to have one without the other is really going to result in something that's so one note and pretty hollow. Because that's life, you have to have the bad to really appreciate the good. And if everything is just perfect all the time, then it's hard to appreciate the beautiful moments in life. And like, we're obviously not talking about people not having healthcare. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we can't have healthcare because we got to appreciate when we have our health. That's not what I mean. But like in my, I use examples from my own life all the time, and it's like the moments from my relationship that's going on damn near a decade that have been filled with conflict and arguments and strife. It has then, because of the decision to work through and to keep choosing to remain with this person, this relationship, makes the relationship all the sweeter because of the journey that we continue to go on together. And you take any piece of media, and whether it's a romance or any other genre, like you will see that the best told stories are ones that combine all of these elements, from children's films to adult films. That's honestly one of my problems with a lot of kids' films these days, is that it feels so infantilizing. I remember kids' films growing up and how devastating they would be. For example, Little Princess, a movie that I remember crying my eyes out to, that had really devastating moments and yet ends on such a beautiful note. And it feels so cathartic at the end because of the emotional journey that you go on watching that film. Iron Giant, I mean, come on, a movie that will still make me cry my eyes out. And yet I don't look at that film and call that like, purely a drama. Okay, but Sheep Detectives, yeah, I cried at the Winter Lamb. Okay. And so then at the end, when I saw the journey that Winter Lamb went on, it felt all the sweeter because of the obstacles along the way. Film is a great space for children to learn emotional regulation. Yeah. So anyway, I know we're kind of just talking generally about media now. But how did we start on this? We were talking about One Night Only, sex movie. Yeah. And I caution against advocating for media that is comfortable only, that is concerned with the comfort of the audience, because that will lead us down a bad path where it will be it will be pretty sensorial, and it will also promote this belief that we should just be comfortable all the time and that everything should be the most morally pure version. And honestly, it's conservative coded. Like, that gets you onto a conservative path, right? Like this whole pushing back against sex being depicted and sexuality being messy on screen. That is conservative. That is the world that conservatives are pushing very hard for. That's exactly, and many movies are very aware of that when they are made and marketed. Yeah. So I think the last thing I would say on that is think about why you connect to media. Think about why, when you have seen a film or you've watched any piece of media that has that you felt connected to in some way or another, it's not because it presented this, I don't know, like idealized pure version of life. It's because within that piece of media, it reflected your own feelings and the kind of universality of human experience and emotion, being why film and media is compelling and is something that people turn to time and again. Yeah, I think sanitized is better. Yeah, the word sanitized. Yeah. I finally watched Hacks. Excellent show, and I could identify with both main characters. It just made me feel, oh yes, I sobbed at the finale. I had to stop it. Because I didn't want to miss a moment. But Hacks is so good. And Jean Smart's character, who I love and adore, is incredibly messy. I mean, so is Ava, but Jean is messy. She is at times mean. She is, often in her jokes, when she's talking about when it's like very clear that she is problematic, but is a person who is striving to learn. And at the end of the day is like, I I am here to make people laugh. I'm here to make people feel connected. And so that is what's more important than me always like being me always being right, or me refusing to budge on something because that's the way I've always seen it, or that's the way I've always believed. And anyway, complex characters. We love them. We love them. So, anyway, my thoughts on Spider-Man. My thoughts on Spider-Man. I enjoyed Spider-Man. I really thought the action was pretty amazing, and I thought the performances were really good. I think that was the first time I really was moved by Tom Holland's Peter Parker, and I thought Zendaya did a really beautiful job as well. I would say mostly the problem I had to do with the choice of the villain, because even for me as a kind of outsider to this world, I know enough to know why they chose who they chose, and that really villain is not the correct not the totally correct term. Let that sink in. And I think this is just a personal thing, but I didn't really love how it was resolved. And that kind of has to do with me liking to see things get a little nastier. But that was kind of the thing at the end, where I didn't expect it to be other than it was, because it is ultimately a Marvel film, and Marvel operates the way that they do. It's fair. A lot of Spidey stories go that way. Yeah. And what was the other thing that the other problem I have? Why are movies so afraid to really depict poverty? When you compare Peter Parker in like Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker to Tom Holland's Peter Parker, Tom Holland feels fake poor. Like, his Peter Parker feels fake poor. And especially in this film where he's supposed to be like flat fucking broke, you know, he's rock bottom, flat broke. I even saw an image of Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, his apartment in, I think it's like the third movie, versus Andrew Garfield and then Tom Holland. You can see how the being poor gets less and less authentic feeling as you get to Tom Holland's Peter Parker. Toby, like, I think if I remember correctly, Toby's Peter was working as a delivery driver, and one of the issues he's facing is he can't make rent. Like, he cannot pay rent because New York is expensive, and he's a pizza delivery guy. So it was, I think it was just like an aesthetic thing that I kind of went, well, I don't really buy this. And there were just other ways. There were some other ways in how New York looks in this version of Spider-Man versus like the older version of Spider-Man that feels a little bubblegummy, that feels a little, it's got that sheen to it, which has always kind of been an issue I've had with Marvel films, of particularly like the last 5-7 years when they really like blew out the universe, where there's I just call it the sheen. I call it the sheen, where I go, okay, ultimately, even if I like this movie, it's probably going to be around a 7.5. That's why a lot of superheroes are billionaires. Yeah, where's our superhero billionaire? Did you catch the surveillance part? I did catch the surveillance part, and I'm sure somebody's written an essay on it somewhere that I'm sure is interesting, which Spider-Man brought to you by Palantir. Hi. Did you see the clip of Steve Lacy spoiling the movie at the break? Yes, I did. We watched that when it happened. Zoran's rent freeze really helped out Peter. Yeah, you know what? This is New York under Zoran Mamdani. Are you telling us Mamdani might be ruining the writing premise of Spider-Man? I'm like, you know what? We got to go back to New York. Poor in New York, looking poor in New York. Not this Mamdani Disney New York. Doesn't he make a cameo? No. Not that I feel like I would have remembered that. Behind the scenes look at Jean Grey's attack. Just whatever a spider can, spins a web any side. I will say, one thought I had was this was a film that would have been so fun to be an extra on. I don't really feel like that a lot with these big films, but this one in particular felt so fun to be a part of. There was also one guy that I had seen. He's got a scene, and he apparently was, from when he was a kid, was such a big Spider-Man fan and had said one day he hoped to be in a Spider-Man movie, and then got to have a great speaking part. That's what I will say is the actors who were extras that got a couple lines, or even got probably bumped up to co-star status by having even a half scene or full scene, really got a lot to play with. Like it seemed fun, and not just kind of the usual be in the background. Yay! I was getting shit from Marvel fans in a Wine About It comment section because I said I hated the guy that spoiled the movie on the red carpet. People kept telling me, bro, everyone knew. Yeah, man, my bad. I didn't know the world was talking about it 24/7. I don't know if everyone knew. I do think that there were some. It was a messy situation. That's what I'll say. Yeah, they had proper choreo for the mind link moves and manipulation. There's a BTS mini doc you can watch that talks about it a bit. It was really cool. I appreciated a lot the choreography and how the thing, I'll just call it the thing, manifested. Both times I watched it, I could hear people surprised in the audience. Yeah, just remember that, not everybody sees everything online and therefore can't appreciate when they actually show up to the theater. Apparently Tom Holland was a part of the writer's room and he wanted to make it a horror movie with Peter turning into the man spider. What is a man spider? Is that different than Spider-Man? Is that like a spider instead of a man, like the body of a man who's got arachnid genetics and qualities? It's like a more spider, like the body more spider, kind of the fly. I see. So he wanted maybe some body horror to it. Yeah, I'm sure Marvel was like, thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom, but we're not going to do that on this one. Yeah, that's sick. That is sick. Jay Hearn, thank you for the 45. Sarah, thank you for the 8. John Carlo, thank you for the 14. Seeds, thank you for the 36. B Champ, thank you for the 10. James Lee, thank you for the 24. Very cool. Stay with me. Please don't leave. Say your name, 'cause I can't breathe. Stay with me. Don't let go. If you leave, I'll be alone. Stay with me. Look, I gotta say, the stunt work, the choreography, the action shots, I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. And the movie starts off and you feel like you're on a ride almost. At that time, director John Watts believed that shooting web swinging scenes were too laborious and unnatural, so he heavily relied on blue screens and CGI in the previous 3 films. However, Destin Daniel Cretton stepped in and proved the exact opposite. He brought a fresh Spider-Man to the screen, drawing inspiration from the success of the Spider-Man games to portray a much more mature, confident, and self-assured Peter Parker through practical action sequences. Well, when they got the fucking budget, not to mention the kid had already generated massive hype for the film the moment millions of fans shared these practical footage clips. And see how much people appreciate it and enjoy it. I did read that they can't shut down streets in New York because it's just impossible. So I think this was in the UK, and it's still very expensive, obviously, but they shut down. They had a whole block that was shut down, and so that's when they filmed this stuff. Can we talk about how goofy John Bernthal's been? Well, one thing I did think to myself was, I'm sure this is not how John Bernthal in the Punisher series is. This feels kind of more like goofy sidekick. My without having seen the series, but knowing how, or maybe not even the John Bernthal version, but knowing the Punisher character, it did not totally feel like what I just kind of my base knowledge of the character is. Disney isn't even calling him the Punisher anymore because of the political baggage there. Oh. I did also see John Bernthal talking about dog racism, which I thought was funny because that man has no problem with human racism. But he has a problem with dog racism. He's kind of stupid. I think that's John Bernthal's issue. I think he's stupid. But I also think he's one of those people who cares more about animals than human beings, which that's a red flag. And I say that as somebody who loves animals. But if you have more sympathy and empathy to dogs than you do to, I don't know, human children, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. He's kind of a chud. I wouldn't even say kind of. Yeah. Austin tried to do pop culture coverage. Oh boy. Misogyny, which sometimes it is and sometimes it's not. They will say all these things while perpetuating it and being some of the worst perpetrators of our body obsessive culture, of body shaming, of misogyny. And the other thing is that the thing about stans and why stans...
You know what? I think I'm going to sit this one out. I don't know why I tried. I think...
Because I'm sure in Austin's mind, he's like, I don't know what to say nor how to say it that's not going to get me in trouble.
I think it's too much for me. I think I'm not gonna be involved in it. I think
here's the thing about doing pop culture coverage is you are going to piss people off no matter what you say. I mean, that goes for commentary in general. But you are going to have people mad at you. and it is fun.
I think I'm gonna not comment on this because I think it's too complex for me
Clips
to
and chatter. Oh, yeah, thank you.
have an opinion on.
My opinion is I'm not going to have an opinion. No comment. I plead the fifth. But if it has to do with planes then, or hotels, he has got his opinions. It's too complex for me to have an opinion. It's so funny. Yeah. There are things I will choose to not speak on, or I'll go, I don't know if I need to add on this. But everything else that I talk about, it is always a here we go, because that's what happens when you voice your thoughts, when you give your take, when you speak on something. You will have people who respond to that and not always agree, which that's okay. Sometimes depends on what we're talking about. But it gets into very frustrating territory when there is no room at all for disagreements or for different perspectives. Look at the Jared Padalecki. Oh my God. Jared Padalecki is like, oops, I didn't know. My bad. And then just hundreds of comments. Pop culture commentary is not easy. Pop culture commentary is not easy when you are exposing what is wrong with what you are commenting on. And not in a way that's like the reactionary right wing, let's just do misogyny and racism and the same old tired song and dance about how everything is woke and that's the problem. It's when you attempt to have a genuine, nuanced discussion. And sometimes that means having to go against what seems to be the dominating take on the internet. And whenever we're talking about pop culture figures, people, even when they can otherwise be reasonable and capable of discussing, can get weird, because if it involves talking about someone that they are a fan of, that starts to then create problems and starts to cloud their judgment and their ability to have an honest conversation. It's when people don't want to be confronted with a reality because it's uncomfortable and because it kind of ruins the party. People start defending stuff unconditionally for no reason. Yeah, and I get it. I get it, but I just don't think that that's a healthy nor truly progressive way to approach culture. If you can get people to get there on their own, that works, but that's not easy. Yeah. I know that there are people too who get mad at me about stuff and then maybe later on realize that there was value in what I had to say, or maybe they don't. One of the funniest things I've noticed is how many people I'm blocked by on the internet, and it's really random. But I think it has to do with whenever I do comment on something and people just get mad at seeing the take. It's not even like I'm personally fighting with them online, which I get. Like there are some people I've never engaged with who I've blocked at this point. Nero Tandon, for example. I have never engaged with Nero Tandon, but I cannot fucking stand seeing her shit takes anymore. So I'm like, I'm blocking this person. I'm muting her name. I cannot see this anymore. She is not a serious person. She is a total op. I can't stand seeing any of this anymore. Her and Shannon Watts. Well, Shannon Watts has blocked me because I did say something to Shannon Watts, and so that's her MO. But yeah, I started to realize, oh, it's probably because of a pop culture specific take that I had that went viral, and then people just got pissed. People got pissed from what I had to say, and so blocked me out of anger, which I think is kind of funny. I think you do have a tendency to take shots at some people's sacred cows, because I'm trying to be as honest of a commentator as I can be, because part of why I really went full speed with specifically pop culture commentary is because so much of it is dishonest. So much of it is superficial. So much of it is creating the problem and contributing to the problem. And it feels like if I don't try and pursue a path of being as consistent and honest as I can be, then it will start to fall apart. If I go, well, I'm going to have criticism for this person or be critical of this, but then have a blind spot on over here. Like that's only encouraging me having blind spots, and I'm trying to discourage blind spots, trying to work through those and identify. I mean, that was like when I talked about Zendaya's, like the whole earring thing on the carpet, because that is something that is deserving of criticism and commentary, and the issue of celebrities and wealthy individuals that possess these really cultural artifacts that have been stolen. They are stolen cultural artifacts, and then they are repurposed for wealthy elites, whether they are wearing them on a red carpet for a major Hollywood film, or they are being kept in their private collections. Anyway. But yeah, it's something where it's like, it's easier, it's more fun, I guess, to criticize a Sydney Sweeney. But when it's people who I otherwise like aren't frequently causing issues, that's when it's like, okay, but I have to be as consistent as I strive to be. Not wanting to see things that make you uncomfortable overlaps with your point earlier about sex in movies. The way you approach pop culture news without the obsession with creepiness is why you're my favorite streamer. I'm personally not a fan of anyone that I don't know personally, even if I like their works. I appreciate your approach so much. Without the obsession and creepiness. Yeah, and I am always upfront about the fact that like I'm a fan of a lot of things and a lot of people. It's not like I'm just a grade A hater. I definitely am very open with who I'm a fan of and what I'm a fan of, but that doesn't mean just blindly consuming. Have you talked about the podcast Armchair Expert? Yes, I have. And I do distinctly remember that being a stream where maybe it was just one chatter, but somebody got very mad at me. And I remember it because he had to stop the conversation and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, hold on a second. Whoa. Speaking of obsession, I kind of wanted to give some quick thoughts on the Hollywood Horror Night controversy that's playing out right now. So basically, Universal Studios does Halloween Horror Nights. Halloween, HHN. Halloween, yes. Not Hollywood. Halloween Horror Nights. I've been to it. They do it every Halloween. And they will every year announce the lineup of villains and ghouls and monsters and horror figures who will hopefully entice people to buy tickets to Halloween Horror Nights. And Nikki from Obsession, so Indy Neverett's character, Nikki, has been chosen as one of the featured characters for Halloween Horror Nights. And it has exploded in a it's exploded on the internet with people who either are taking the position that it is completely inappropriate, it is a horrible choice, it is so unethical, and then ones who are going, well, so many horror villains were victims, so many horror villains' origin stories were them being deeply traumatized, which is true. Most iconic horror villains and figures from the horror genre definitely have a backstory that is wrapped up in a lot of trauma, and sometimes that trauma which causes them to become a villain. I actually here was kind of my initial take on it. I hear what everyone's saying. My thing was, I, as somebody who enjoyed the film, do not see Nikki as a horror icon in the way that Get Out, which was one of the most successful films of 2017, and even more of a critical success than Obsession, a film that is taught in Harvard classes, a film that redefined the genre, that subsequently led to an explosion of social commentary horror. Get Out is a film that I also don't think would make sense to have any of the villains or characters from that film walking around a Halloween Horror Nights. So I think the way I feel towards Nikki as a horror icon is that I never thought that that character fit the kind of definition of horror icon. And I think people are confusing a film being extremely popular with a character being one of the great horror, whether you use the term villain while also making sure to note that she is a victim, but horror icons. And I think that has to do with the fact that Obsession to me is a film where Nikki, who drives a lot of the horror on screen, is not a standout figure. It is not a Reagan from Exorcist. She is not Jennifer Check from Jennifer's Body, where you already see kind of the you see the like uniqueness to this character, either in the aesthetic or in just how what role this character inhibits in the horror universe. Nikki is interchangeable to me because the horror is in what was done to her. And the other thing, though, is that I think what's happened in kind of the months since that film came out is that people are taking the issue of rape in the film Obsession, the issue of rape, of Nikki being a victim of rape and a person who has lost their autonomy, as the entire message of the film. When really, I think that is not actually what Curry Barker was doing with Obsession. I think it is, you can also say that part of the theme was be careful what you wish for. Like, there's a lot of different elements there. And I agree that the element of rape, which is pretty clear, like, that's the other thing. It's like, that is something that kind of got turned into people treating it like, oh, if you read the subtext, or that, like, oh, my dissertation on Obsession, that's not necessary. Like, it's pretty, there's no, to me, there's no secrecy here. It's like not hard to read this film. So it's like, to me, Jennifer's Body is a great example of what I think people have turned Obsession into, and what I think people have turned the character of Nikki into. It's not subtext, it's text. You know what I mean by that? So I am a huge fan of Jennifer's Body and have shown the film on stream before, and have talked at length about the themes of Jennifer's Body and the fact that it is very explicitly about patriarchal violence, and Jennifer Check, who is a victim, but is also, to me, a character who we get so much more internality from than we do with Nikki. It's a tough thing because she is not a horror villain. And I don't mean that horror villains are never victims. As I just said, a lot of the great, well-known horror villains have a very traumatic backstory and past, and often being victims is what creates the villainy. But Nikki never struck me as a character that has a unique place in horror history, as like a standout character where you then see how kind of the icon status is applied. Like, what are they going to have? I mean, I know what they're going to have her be. They're going to have her like dressed in blood in the final scene of Obsession. That's specifically what I had read. So basically they're just going to have an actress walking around Hollywood Horror Nights dressed in blood, where if you saw even as a horror fan, if you saw that character, you would not know who that is, versus Carrie with the crown, with the blood, with the flowers. It's immediately the iconography of it. That's Carrie. So I'm even talking past the whole, like, people going, oh, that fans at Hollywood Horror Nights are not going to respect this actress. Like, this is not appropriate. But I'm talking about what, in the first place, for me, does not make sense to have to kind of like hold up this character in the gallery of horror icons. And I say that as somebody who really enjoyed Indy Navarrette's performance, and I liked the film, but I don't understand how. I think this has happened because the movie was so popular and made so much money, and now there's this big Obsession fan base, but it's like not. It's an obsession over, I think, the film itself, But because for a lot of people who maybe don't typically watch horror, it was a film that they went to see because of how popular it was. I mean, this movie made like $700 million. And I think it would have made more sense if they had like an Obsession booth, right? Where you had stuff from the movie, you had the Wish thing, you had elements where you go, oh, okay, that's, you look at the booth. If you've seen the movie, you're like, that's the movie. But just having somebody dressed like Nikki, which is just a regular young woman, but covered in blood walking around, I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. And obviously Universal is doing this because Obsession made so much money. So this is like completely sole money purposes. And the other thing I saw some people say, they're like, well, it's because, you know, they have the rights to it. No. What? Halloween Horror Nights frequently includes Halloween or horror figures that are not under the Universal IP. So that argument does not work. Like, that's not just because Obsession is Universal owns Obsession. Why don't they do the Backrooms instead? What would have made more sense to me is if they had done Backrooms, because Backrooms is much more when it comes to creative premise, when it comes to like stand out iconography, makes way more sense. If they had done a Backrooms maze, for example, or even if they had the big pirate, yes, the big pirate who's, they have somebody on stilts walking around Halloween Horror Nights, that makes so much more sense as an attraction, as like, here's another horror film that was really popular from this year that if you wanted to, if they wanted to include popular imagery from last year's horror movies, Backrooms makes so much more sense. I think it was as simple as nobody had any clue in mainstream Hollywood how big Backrooms and Obsession would be. They would have to start designing mazes over a year ahead of time. So I think both will be locks for next. I would say they had less of an idea of how big Obsession would be. Backrooms, they had more of an idea because Backrooms on YouTube was so successful. That is why they hired Kane Parsons off of seeing the YouTube videos, and they had more of an idea than they did for Obsession because Obsession had like a $750,000 budget. Obsession was a movie that I know a producer who had tried to get his hands on that and had tried to convince Curry Barker to change a bunch of things. And he was like, no, thank you. That changes a lot of the actual script and what I think makes the movie good. And they were like, okay, well, it's never going to make any money. And he's like, okay. And then they still went and made the movie. And then it made a shit ton of money. It made an absurd amount of money. So Obsession was the real sleeper hit. Obsession was the one that came out of fucking nowhere. Shows you the power of word of mouth marketing. Absolutely. Anyway, so I think the discourse around Obsession has kind of gotten really exhausting, and I fear it has this fan base that is comprised of a lot of people who are not typical horror fans, but went and saw the movie, and now the way that this movie's being treated is so far past what this movie ever was. Some might say they've become obsessed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's been interesting to compare a film like Jennifer's Body and a character like Jennifer Check to how Obsession fans have talked and treated Obsession. And to think about when Jennifer's Body came out and so many people did not understand that movie and so many people like shat on Jennifer's Body, and it took about a decade for it to have its day in the sun finally, and for people to appreciate what Jennifer's Body did and what it is. And now it's like, okay, that's not happening with Obsession, but a lot of really what Jennifer's Body is, and people didn't understand, is being attributed to Obsession, which I don't think is wholly. I think it's a lot of projecting onto the movie as well. That was largely the press rollout for Jennifer's Body as well. They misrepresented it. Yeah, they totally misrepresented it. I would say with Obsession, I mean, that obviously didn't have a big marketing budget because it was such a small budget film. It was more of word of mouth marketing. And then people saw the film and they were like, oh, yeah, I get what this is about. Anyway, okay. What do I want to get into? Well, since we're talking about movies and marketing, Metsat, thank you for the 3 months. Sonic, thank you for the Prime. Since we're talking about movies and marketing, what the hell? What the HE double hockey sticks? AI generated ad for The End of Oak Street, which is J.J. Abrams' movie coming out with Anne Hathaway. And it's if you've seen the trailer, there's the big dinosaur. AI generated ad for The End of Oak Street draws backlash for Warner Brothers. So let me show you the ad.
Help save his human co-stars.
Yes, this was also how I learned there are AI generated dog podcasts, because why not?
Please welcome Starbuck from The End of Oak Street.
Thanks, guys. It's nice to finally speak with interviewers who understand the craft. Starbuck, which of your human co-stars was the best trained?
Ewan McGregor was excellent with treats. Anne Hathaway matched him there, but she could scratch behind both ears at once. Game over!
Genuinely, is there a single person for whom this would work on? That they see this AI-generated dog podcast advertising End of Oak Street and go, you know what? I wasn't considering seeing this film, and now I'm going to. The marketing worked on me. Yes, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, maybe Facebook boomers, but to me, something like this would have more of a negative reaction to it than a positive one. More people who would see this, which this has gone viral. People have been shitting all over this, of course. More people would be like, what the fuck? What is this shit? Then would go, oh, love that. Gonna go see the movie now.
But you weren't just there for the ear scratches. You did some serious action work too, right?
Oh, yeah. Running, jumping, dodging dinosaurs, and when things get really bad, I come back to help distract them.
So while the humans panicked, the dog handled it. Not to brag, but yeah, I'm kind of a hero.
Be honest, did the dinosaurs ever have you tuck your tail between?
Do you know what I think would be so much better is if you have humans on a podcast and you have the dog sitting there from the movie, and then you ask the dog a question and then it's like a funny moment because you just make up whatever the dog is saying. It's like, oh my God, you know what? I agree exactly. Right. Just having the dog sit on the podcast would be funny. Like that is so much better than this shit.
In your legs?
Absolutely. I ran, jumped, and acted like dinosaurs were right behind.
Like I do that with Farley. I pretend to have conversations with Farley where I will ask him his take on something and I'll look at him and be like, you know what? That's a really good point. I didn't consider that before. So how do you feel about...
me.
Yeah.
All while keeping my eye on a tennis ball.
You pulled that off for a tennis ball? Please tell me they treated you like a star between takes. To be fair, Frenchie, the tennis ball squeaked. Okay, that's an important detail, but a performance like that must have earned you
And the AI voice is so annoying. Why couldn't they have done a human voiceover with the video? It's so
some
bad.
serious star treatment.
I had my own 5-star treat station, cold water, cooling towels, the full setup. You can't carry a movie on an empty stomach.
Most important question, do you survive?
No more spoilers from me. You'll have to see it yourself to find out more. Frenchie and I already have our tickets to the premiere on August 14th, and we can't wait to see you in action.
Thanks for the support, guys. Make sure to bring plenty of...
I need people to understand that Warner Brothers marketing team, they think we're stupid. Do not prove them right. Putting out this slop, they are treating their audience as fucking idiots, as dumb little dum-dums who will eat this up. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing slop.
Popcorn.
Okay.
Today's guest ran from
So
dinosaur.
that is the ad. An official promotional video for Warner Brothers Discovery's upcoming sci-fi thriller End of Oak Street has been met by significant online backlash over its usage of AI-generated animation. The advertisement is a partnership between the film studio and dog owner social media app Dogpack. Dogpack produces the Dog Bone podcast, a scripted podcast that employs AI-generated animation and vocals to stage conversations between canines about what a dog actually thinks about things and what people don't know. Thanks, I hate it. The End of Oak Street promotional video was posted Friday to Warner Brothers Discoveries and Dogpack's Facebook channels, as well as to Dogpack's Instagram account with the studio tagged. Let me just go check the Instagram so I can check the comments. Hold on a second. Okay. Dogpack's Instagram account. Dog is God spelled backwards. Dogpack official. Oh, wait, sorry. That's the Spanish version. Dogpack official. Okay, here we go. Starbuck from Oak Street. Here are the comments. Yup, crossing this movie off my list now. You can keep your tickets. Your AI slop bores me. Dude, deadass was about to take my girlfriend to see this before I saw this ad. Generative AI is a horrible technology. I refuse to give my money to any project that uses it. This person said, you guys crack me up. They put a warm smile on my face each time. Thank you. I refuse to believe that's a real person. Can't even be bothered to make a real promo. Actual damaging marketing. This made me decide to not buy a ticket to this film. How disappointing. Oh boy, can't wait to watch the new Dino movie. Oh, that's disgusting slop. Well, this movie I was interested in since I heard it was announced. Guess I'm not watching it anymore. How do you tell them to do all that without using AI? This is AI slop. $billion company using AI slop. Genuinely just throw the whole movie away. A bunch of lazy pigs. More corporate greed. How out of touch can Hollywood be? For decades, we've been CGIing talking dogs with authentic voices. Why use AI instead of that? This sucks. Blocked. Yeah. Okay. So with exceptions here and there, and honestly, when I click on their accounts, they don't seem like real people. I'm just saying. Some of these accounts that are like, wow, this is amazing. And if you're a Matt Bernstein, a Bit Fruity Patreon subscriber, and you listen to our deep dive on the Goose app, where we went deep into the AI accounts and how sophisticated they are now, I would not be surprised if these are bots. Yeah, so I'm looking through these comments, which there are 755, and they are not good. People are pissed. Literally every advertisement on Instagram has nothing but bot comments, I swear. Yeah, bots are who run the internet now. The end of Oak Street promotional video was posted Friday, and everyone said, boo, this sucks. The advertisement stages a conversation between two dog podcast hosts and Starbuck, a dog in the film's narrative owned by characters played by Anne Hathaway and Ewan McGregor. Benji Dog, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oathbreaker, thank you for the 2 months. Crying Wolf, thank you for the 12. In addition to the dog pack video, Warner Brothers also shared an AI-generated video of dinosaurs attacking civilians to promote Oak Street on its official Warner Brothers Malaysia account. Dude, what the oh, well, this page does not exist. Maybe they took it down. Maybe they took it down. You know what's bizarre is, as far as I know, the movie itself does not employ AI. So why the fuck are they using AI in their promotional materials? My country is obsessed with AI. Oh, Tavi, I'm sorry. The most prominent responses to the advertisement on Instagram have been negative, with some top comments calling the video a huge fuck up and that it actually damaged the odds I will be seeing the film. While the video was not shared on official channels on X, Threads, or TikTok, it has received criticism on those platforms via re-uploads by other users, including by outlet Nexus Point News. Notably, the video's Facebook post has seen a more positive response. Why always Facebook? Why? What is happening over on Facebook? What? Facebook is a disease. With one user writing, "This is the best use of AI." Is it? Because I thought it was supposed to be solving cancer. I thought it was supposed to be curing diseases. Remember that whole thing? This is the best use of AI? Is Facebook just all boomer AI slop? Is that, which has been my understanding of Facebook, but I have not been on Facebook in years. Is that what Facebook just is now? Great. Isn't it funny, too, that all of the concerns over misinformation and disinformation and AI and the internet, blah, 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 it's all being directed at young people? It's like young people are so stupid that they need to have the internet taken away from them because they're falling for these dangerous things. They're being manipulated. And it's like, well, actually, I'm pretty sure the boomers on Facebook are some of the worst perpetrators of this shit. Facebook is a dead platform used by our parents who think AI animal videos are real. Or even if they're like, I know it's not real, but I still am choosing to believe it. The use of AI has remained a topic of existential gravity among creatives in the entertainment industry, while studios continue to develop partnerships centered around the tech. While AI usage has become more prominent in filmmaking over recent years, it's extremely rare for a studio to so openly employ AI-generated visuals in their materials, including marketing. Yes, this is a stupid move. This is a very, very, very stupid move from Warner Brothers Discovery. I truly do not understand this at all. Who the fuck is this for? Okay, Facebook boomers? This is... How do people not understand that by now you are more likely to generate backlash to piss people off than to have people be engaged with this in a positive way. The line I hate is, I know it's AI, but it's funny, so who cares? Is it funny? Is it really funny? Because it's not. It's not funny. And I don't mean that from like just an existential perspective, but I mean the content itself. I think it is concerning because there are so many funny things on the internet. But not AI fuck slop. Representatives for WBD and End of Oak Street director David Robert Mitchell did not immediately respond to requests for comment. In an interview with Business Insider last year, Dogpack co-founder Dov Punsky commented on the company's success with the Dog Bone podcast, saying that people don't like to feel like they're being tricked. This is obviously not real. We're not trying to trick anyone. We're just trying to give people entertainment. Honestly, fuck you. Yeah, as if the problem is having to do with the trickery of it rather than this being just total slop. If generative AI were to disappear right now, there would be nothing in our lives that were made worse off. It's wild. It's wild to act as if this generated AI slop has any real entertainment value, has value to it. Nothing of value would be lost. I mean that 100%. Nothing of value would be lost. An $85 million production budget. An $85 million production budget. And this is what they fucking do. Oh my God. The slop enjoyers are like Freddie Prinze Jr. in this video. Oh no, Freddie Prinze.
Offered so much more than every other cartoon. It was so ahead of its time. It had a story.
I thought it was going to be like a video of Freddie Prinze Jr. watching the Dog Bone podcast and be like, oh, this is great.
Hard to figure it out. And it wasn't gender specific. It wasn't a boy's cartoon or a girl's cartoon or any of those things.
It was a talking dog. You know what I mean?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh. I think we have to start really shaming people. Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe it's not a hot take. I think we need to start shaming people in our lives. Starting with the people in our lives, shaming them if they are making this shit, if they are sharing this shit, if they are laughing at this shit, if they are pretending to find value in this shit. I think we have to, in the way with like the pervert glasses, in the way with like this surveillance tech, was shaming people. Shame. We have to shame. This is so ludicrous. This is so ludicrous. You're telling me to shame my parents? I mean, your parents have probably shamed you enough in your life for things you didn't even deserve shame for. So consider it your way of throwing some of it back at them and it being deserved shame. What goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. All right.
For years,
Okay. Every time my sister tells me some ChatGPT slop, I immediately debunk it and laugh at her. While we're still talking about movies, you mentioned as you were wrapping up last night that every Spider-Man couple gets together IRL. Here's a post about the one time that didn't happen featuring Shamik Moore being a weirdo to his co-star.
On November 29, 2024,
Oh, I remember
Shamik
this.
Moore tweeted, "There's still more people to meet, more opportunities to come, and more chances to try. Live, learn, apply." This is the Museum of Twitter, the show we talk about the most important tweets in the history of Twitter.com. It's subscribers.
We did cover this extensively.
Sunday, where my Patreon subscribers nominate and vote on which tweet I cover. And this Sunday, they chose a tweet that I kind of talked about in passing in the past, but they want me to do a full episode on.
This is to an announcement of Haley Steinfeld getting engaged.
Back in entry 149, I talked about this tweet as a bit of context when I covered the time that Shamik Moore answered a question about whether or not he likes white girls. And so you can go back and watch that, but I am going to repeat myself with all the context because I want to make this episode for people that aren't going to go back and watch that. So Shamik Moore is an actor, and he is definitely most famous for playing Miles Morales in the Spider-Verse movies. And a thing that...
Yeah. How long is this?
Wow,
It's kind of long, and we did already cover this, so respectfully, I'm going to move on to what I was going to cover. But yeah, Shamik Moore, please stop being a weirdo. Please just, you know what? Shut up and act. How about that? All right. So I have continued to fume over the bullshit around the WNBA, which I have covered now for a couple streams. And the latest is two right-wing losers who are no longer in the NBA themselves are now doing the classic teehee chud bullshit of, oh yeah, well, I'm transgender now. What are you going to do about it? So if anyone can be a woman, well, I'm declaring myself a woman and I'm going to play in the WNBA. Her, tee-hee-hee, which, mind you, and I did tweet about this, but one of them in particular, Royce White, is a domestic abuser. This fucking guy. I haven't even been publicly trans for 72 hours and I'm already getting so much hate. I just want to hoop with my girls in my feminine era. Why can't y'all be happy for me? And I said, hey, loser, weren't you just ordered to stay the fuck away from your ex-wife for 50 years due to your serial abusing of her as well as your child? Seems like you're the real threat to women in this world, not trans athletes. Because once again, cis men are the fucking problem. Cis men are
as a woman for purposes of basketball,
fucking
basketball.
Problem. Whether they are a threat to women's sports, whether they are a threat to women's safety, whether they are a threat to just women. It is cis men.
Well, so I'll be
like
declaring
this
for
loser
the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. Well,
who lost his election, tried to run against the Klob, Amy Klobuchar. And unfortunately, his MAGA right-wing campaign fell short.
I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever.
Okay, so he put that video out and has been on Fox News, and now there continues to be noise around WNBA. And as far as I have seen, nothing has been put out by the league, which is really maddening. Like you have had individual, and correct me if I'm wrong, if something has come out. You've had individual coaches and players, and yet I have not seen the league put out a statement to shut this shit down. And that is coming after Ines Kanter Freedom had said that he is also declaring himself a WNBA prospect. So he announced that he's doing this, and then Royce White was like, me too. And Sophie Cunningham tried to put out a video saying that she literally doesn't care when absolutely she cares because of how much noise this is causing that has nothing to do with celebrating the basketball players in the WNBA, with talking about actual basketball, because people like Sophie Cunningham and those who are now using Sophie Cunningham's words to advance a really bigoted, harmful agenda are not letting it go. They don't give a fuck about women's basketball. They do not care about women's sports. So the reason why I am still talking about this is because this is one of the primary bullshit culture war points that the right wing in this country has seized on and is utilizing the trans community as a scapegoat to ultimately not just attack trans lives and trans liberties, but to force women back into a very conservative driven world. They do not want women to even have the opportunity to play sports. You have groups like Heritage Foundation who are seeking to destroy Title IX in its entirety. They want to force women out of public and private life. And they are doing so by using the vehicle of trans participation in sports, which at this professional level is not even something that exists in the first place. And yet it doesn't matter because you have transphobes who have jumped on this. And then you have like faux feminist TERFs who are concerned about women's safety and concerned about women's rights, blah, 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 who see them now as allies. So you have these groups who have allied together to attack trans people, which for the millionth time, these attacks do not begin and end with stripping trans people of their right to exist in public and also in private.
Anti-trans movement has said that to protect cis women and girls, they need to bar transgender women from their spaces. They say this is an issue of abusive men pretending to be women so that they can infiltrate.
And let me just say too, let me say as well, trans people have been abandoned by all of the institutions, by the Democratic Party, by quite a few progressives, that they have always been, trans people have always been expected to be a group that accommodates people's discomfort at their existence, that they have to sacrifice their lives and their liberties for the quote unquote bigger cause. And a lot of leftists right now who are decrying woke, who are shitting on woke era, are feeding into right-wing hands. This whole attack on woke and treating woke as the problem in our society is absolutely driven by the right wing. And it's frustrating to me that a lot of the kind of broad online left are falling for this shit. They are playing into reactionary framing by attacking woke, by treating woke as this issue that we need to move away from, that we need to separate ourselves from, while right now you have the right that specifically comes after trans people in women's sports under the guise of destroying woke. Like, they are the ones who took the term woke and what the movements that woke represented, that woke was a part of, and treating that as the scourge of American society.
These spaces, such as women and girls as sports teams. But now, a man who has been ordered to stay away from his wife and children due to his repeated abuse is doing exactly that. He's pretending to be a transgender woman sometimes so that he can infiltrate women's sports teams, in this case, the WNBA. And how is the anti-trans movement responding to this? They're celebrating it. This proves what we've been saying all along. They don't care about.
My question is, what excesses of woke had any real material consequences? Had any material basis? Because I genuinely can't think of anything. I cannot think of what problems with the language of woke one era or the excesses of woke had a legitimate material outcome. And all it really seems is that we had a brief moment where we were identifying the real issues in our society, the rot in our institutions that needs to be completely dismantled, and the pervasive sickness in our culture. And now we've moved away from that and have pretended like the challenges to that, the movements of the 2010s that rose up to challenge these deadly and prevalent problems, was the problem itself. I like, are you talking about, I think people, when they're like, well, woke was crazy, what are you referring to? What genuinely happened that you can point a finger to that, rather than contributed to change, produced backlash that was material in its formation, that you point to and go, this is what was wrong? Was it a Twitter post that you were annoyed by? Was it somebody who was like, somebody who you got in a fight with online? Because it kind of seems like that's what it is. I just don't understand. When we talk about cancel culture, really, who was canceled? When we talk about cancel culture, who was canceled who are not, say, activists who have faced real cancellation, people who called out powerful abusers who had their lives then, their lives were in tatters because of the repercussions of naming a powerful figure as an abuser. I just don't know. I don't know when leftists refer to cancel culture in a negative sense, and they're not referring to, say, pro-Palestine activists who are sitting in a jail cell, or who have been had their status, their citizenship revoked, or their green cards revoked. Al Franken was a victim of woke when he shouldn't have been. Is it because you are comparing that to Republicans who have sexual harassment and assault claims and are still in office, or because Al Franken should have remained in power despite there being 8 women who accused him of sexual misconduct? It's not just groping a woman on SNL or whenever it was. There were 8 women who claimed that Al Franken had engaged in various forms of sexual misconduct. Like, I don't understand, though, too, if you truly believe Al Franken was unfairly forced out of power, do you really believe that like the Me Too movement and the attempt to engage our culture with the reality of abuse and the prevalence of abusers in positions of power, do you really believe that that was all to negative consequence because of Al Franken? Because if you remove Al Franken from that, the reality is that most abusers have remained in their positions of power, that there are very few examples of real consequences that were doled out to credibly accused abusers. And when you consider the fact that many of them have returned because there was such backlash to Me Too, it's like Louis C.K. stepped away for 2 seconds, came back and won a Grammy. So I genuinely cannot see any real material changes that are considered to be negative by the leftists who are decrying woke cancellation culture and the excesses of woke. I just don't know what they're really talking about, because in my mind, from my perspective, I see it as a lot of this has to do right now with democratic socialists like AOC separating herself from defund, saying, oh my God, that's crazy. Like, yeah, sure, in 2020, we were saying defund, but now, we realize like we need the police, blah, 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 and has by and large stepped away from a lot of what she first ran on when she ran for Joe Crowley, when she challenged Joe Crowley for power. I think what they argue ultimately is that the failure to effectuate positive material outcomes was partially due to these excesses. But the problem is that you had people like Joe Biden come into presidential power in 2020 and completely do the opposite of what he had run on when he ran against Donald Trump. So what happened was you had, via electoralism, people like Joe Biden come in and move to the right, which then we saw in the next election. We saw the effects of that, like through the 4 years of Biden. But then when Kamala Harris ran for office, we were steps back from where we had been when the 2020 campaign was going on. And then on top of that, what were this real tangible excesses? I just am like, are you talking about how people talked online? Or are you talking about what was actually happening in the streets? What was actually like via organizers and activists and people who were standing up against state violence, which is greater today. We see ICE agents executing people in the streets, and we want to talk about excesses of woke one rather than go, actually, we had a moment and then we lost it because we capitulated to the right-wing backlash. We capitulated to not just like conservative power, but liberal power as well. And it feels like right now we're kind of stuck in this. What I'm seeing is a lot of people who are placing emphasis on electoralism, but to the detriment of these policies that were advocated for in 2020 and in the 2010s that now a lot of Dem socialists have backed away from. But because the emphasis is being put on beating establishment libs, having democratic socialists come into power and replace these establishment libs, it's like, oh, we need to back away from what is controversial here, which really kind of then feels like the Dem socialists are just going to be the next version of liberalism. Like, if we cannot stand on the belief that police need to be defunded, these billion-dollar budgets that are being, put to use, that are put to use by enabling then state violence, like happening every single day. And I think a lot of the conversation got stuck over rhetoric, where it was like, oh, okay, well, the slogan. But what happened was, like, not just the rhetoric that people backed away from. They backed away from the whole, what the whole, movement was, what the actual, with the actual policy positions and agenda behind the slogans that formulated these movements around them, what it actually represented.
Women and girls' safety. And in fact, everything they say.
Anyway, this is just something that I think is pretty concerning, and I really don't love seeing the right and also online leftists using woke in this pejorative way because of how the right has been weaponizing that, because of how the right has used woke to attack progress, to attack trans lives, and that's why all this WNBA bullshit is happening. And the flag that's raised as these attacks are ongoing, the flag is that of the right wing attacking woke culture and wokeism, and going, woke is why we have men trying to be in women's sports. Like, that's their rallying cry. And ultimately, also, woke past that, like I said, with the Heritage Foundation, woke is allowing women to have any agency, allowing women to have choice in their public and private lives. So it's concerning.
A is a total projection. Let's get into it. This is Royce White. He's a failed professional basketball player turned Republican candidate for Senate, who has also thus far failed in those pursuits. And the cherry on top is that a judge ordered him to stay away from his wife and child for 50 years due to his repeated abuse of them. And he's the right's new favorite person. Why does the right love Royce? Well, for a pretty ironic reason. He's pretending to be a transgender woman so that he can declare his intentions to join the WNBA. As we've covered at length on Courier's channel over the past 2 weeks, the right wing has turned the WNBA into its new culture war topic. It started when player Sophie Cunningham declared her opposition to real transgender women joining women and girls' sports teams. The problem is, when it comes to the WNBA, there are no transgender athletes. There are 0 transgender women playing for the WNBA. This isn't a real problem. This is something the right came up with to distract everybody from the ongoing failures of their political movement and to turn the WNBA into a joke because they don't care about women and girls in sports. And the end goal of their anti-trans crusade, as they've outlined quite clearly, is to get rid of Title IX and to get rid of women and girls in sports altogether. This Royce White incident just goes to show that the end goal here is to empower the very men who pose the greatest danger to women and children. Fox News is all over this story, and of course, they omit crucial context, such as the allegations against Royce White, as well as the fact that he's simultaneously campaigning for office and transparently doing this as a political stunt. He's not the only male basketball player to try this out. Inez Cantor Freedom is doing the same thing, but as a political
I'm sorry, but some of the shit said amongst the activist left, just peak woke, was absolutely crazy, and it was psychologically harmful. It was undermining organizing efforts, partly because some people use it to be ugly to people for no reason, and partly because Americans are hyper individualistic and don't know how to handle social pressure or critique. Okay, so my response to that is, what are you referencing? Are you talking about people who were annoying online? Because there are people who are annoying online. Or are you talking about like the actual activists who led these movements, who continue to fight, like Stop Cop City, for example? This feels very online. Like, that's what I'm trying to point out, is that, okay, so people who are calling out woke one are, let's say, talking about the rhetoric, specifically online rhetoric, that was a problem. But what's happening is that you have politicians, Democratic Socialist politicians, who do also seem to be backing away from the positions. When is the last time, for example, AOC maybe didn't say the words defund the police, but was advocating for what the movement behind defund the police was fighting for? And I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by psychologically harmful as well. I'm talking about behavior among on the ground organizers, but not the leadership for the most part, at least not in my city. Are you talking about like some of the Black Lives Matters prominent figures who were more concerned with personal enrichment? Or because I think it's become trendy to say woke was bad. But I think it's important to like be very specific with what is an identifiable issue, because now it's all been so generalized that woke, which has, as I said, been used by the reactionary right to attack progress and to attack the movements that arose in the 2010s, and then were joined by liberal institutions once Joe Biden got into power and liberals started to backtrack on a lot of agenda promises that were made in that era. You forget that Joe Biden was waving the flag as well. Like, are you talking about performative actions like Democrats taking a knee, Nancy Pelosi fake ass taking a knee, like that kind of performance? Are you or referring to like chronically online folks who are performing as well, but like are really not representative of what woke era came from. Like the woke one focused on wording and not material change. Public, right? But okay, that is doing a disservice to people who have bled in the streets fighting for material change. That is doing a disservice for like Black and brown activists who were always on the front lines fighting against systemic violence, fighting against, you know, fighting against their daily reality, which is that they can be murdered by the cops and the cops are protected for that. So I don't agree with the idea that's being spread right now that the 2010s culminating in 2020 did not have organizational power behind it that was fighting for real material change. And it seems kind of like it seems potentially that people who were engaged in the performance of it are now calling out the performance of it. I'm not saying that at all. Well, I'm talking to multiple people in chat, and I'm also just talking in response to what I'm seeing online. And I have to say, I think maybe we need to be specific with talking about white leftists versus Black and brown leftists. Like white leftists who maybe joined in as a part of these movements, but did not have a genuine grasp of what the real material fight was, and now are looking back on that era and saying, man, that was so performative, huh? Because it seems to be people who, for the most part, are not the most affected by this systemic violence, by the state-sponsored murdering, who seem to have the most issue with what they consider to be the excesses of that period. Potentially people who joined the left because of BLM and at that time felt very valiant in their advocacy and being a part of what they saw as an important movement, but perhaps because of their material reality, now today have renewed this focus or fixated on the issue of class over all else and are rejecting identity, rejecting the intersection of, say, race and class, rejecting all of that and calling it all woke, calling it all a distraction. you know, in the way that the ones who seem to loudly call out the problems with the pro-Palestine movement are not the ones who were there at the beginning per se and have become pro-Palestine leftists in the wake of October 7th and the ensuing genocide, and now are, I don't know. I don't know. There's something that also seems really kind of horrifying, considering that we just had the anniversary of Michael Brown's death. Michael Brown, who was murdered by cops in St. Louis, and that kicked off Ferguson. I remember that was the year that I graduated college, and that was a big nexus of Black Lives Matter. And there just seems to be something there. It just kind of adds that that extra layer of what the fuck are we doing when here we are 12 years later, the anniversary of Michael Brown's murder, and we are not seeing an issue with something like calling out how crazy woke was, moving from the internet to now being said on cable news, to now having our prominent socialists and leftist politicians who are tying in 2020 and movements to defund police budgets and to bring an end to the billions of dollars that are spent, that are given every year to this violent institution. They are now tying that to today and separating themselves from what their positions were 6 years ago to where they are now, because also of the rise in socialist power and DSA elected candidates. And there seems to be this fear that if we return at all to 2020, that we're going to be conceding power to the liberal establishment, that DSA backed candidates or socialist candidates are going to lose elections if they don't separate themselves from what was happening, what was being fought for 6 years ago. Is 2020 considered woke one? I would say it's like, I would say it's the end of the 2010s, right? The rise of global social and economic justice movements. And then 2020, which of course saw an explosion of protests against police brutality, against the murdering of Black people.
Candidate, Royce is sucking up all of the oxygen via this stunt.
Oh, earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm transgender.
And you know what? Here's what I will say too. People cannot take me seriously because I am not one of the prominent political commentators. I am not a person who spends every stream doing electoral politics and really, focusing on promoting political candidates. Like, yes, that is something I have done, and obviously, I am I am clearly on the left with what I promote, my ideals and my values and all that. And fine. I am just a person and I do what I do here on the internet. And I guess if that's, if that's how it is, then that's how it is. Like, I will be here doing what I do. And people who disagree with me or feel like that is what's going to quell leftist power in this country. Well, I guess it's a good thing that I'm mostly a pop culture commentator and I am not sticking myself in every conversation around the kind of electoral. I'm not like, I am not one of the online leftists who is primarily concerned with electoral politics. I saw someone once say you aren't as good as other leftist streamers because you talk about pop culture. Oh yeah, no, people do say that all the time. That's certainly an attitude, which that's fine. I guess I'm just voicing my perspective, and I will say it does feel pretty hostile right now in online political focused leftist spaces, Twitter, namely, where a lot of online leftists still, I think, primarily use that as a communication platform. It feels pretty hostile, and like if you try and voice an opinion that's not that's not kind of running with this woke one was a joke and was a problem and cancel culture is out of control, etc., that there's kind of no space to offer a different perspective. And if people go, you know what, stick to pop culture, leave this to the big boys. Okay. Well, I'm just saying that I think there's a possibility here that the surge in socialist power in the United States could end up being just a slightly better version of liberal power if we are not just separating ourselves from what was considered to be excessive rhetoric, but separating ourselves from the problems of liberalism and allowing the right-wing pushback to creep into the left. That's what I'm always concerned about, which I see a lot of. I feel like I see reactionary sentiment everywhere, and it does seem to have infiltrated so many spaces, even on the left, and with a lot of kind of online leftist attitudes, in some ways feeling similar to what we were, what we have experienced from the right. It's the capitulating. Yeah, the capitulating. Anyway. It's a very classic and very misogynistic trope in journalism as a whole. All the editors I've had put me a man to write about politics, my female coworkers to do top 10 bikinis for the summer. News and reality TV, or a portrait of a new upcoming pop singer, even though they're just as competent as me to do politics. It's important to learn about the history of counter-leftism, counterintelligence, infiltration, the way the left has been dismantled over history. Yeah, I just feel like I say all the time, which is that everyone seems to be pretty reactionary. There really seems to have been this reactionary creep into all things. And I don't know. It's like getting a taste of power does not mean panicking that getting a taste of power does not mean panicking that it will go away if you are too outside of what the perception of the status quo is. It's like getting power and then continuing to push forward. I think it's fair to internally discuss and acknowledge the growth from woke 1 to woke 2, but throwing woke 1 under the bus for the unwoke is ridiculous. Right. And it's like we are in a worse position now. Truly. We are. I wish people would stop saying woke 1 and woke. That is very online. But this is what I mean by like a lot of what is specific to online, but is being treated as offline as well. Like that does feel, because it is very specifically Twitter, and it seems very unserious. But anyway, okay.
I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball.
Oh, also,
basketball.
sorry,
So
Sarah, thank you for the raid.
Let me stop you right there, Royce. That's not what being transgender means. Because you have a lot of people, including, as I'll get into in a minute, J.K. Rowling, claiming that you can't tell the difference between real transgender people and then cis men like Royce White pretending to be trans as a political stunt. But of course you can tell the difference. He just said it. He said he is sometimes identifying as a transgender woman for the purposes of basketball. That's not what being transgender means. Not once has a transgender athlete said that they are just sometimes transgender for the point of sports. This is the right's conspiracy.
I mean, look, as Childish Gambino sang, stay woke. What happened to staying woke?
Conspiracy theory around what it means to be transgender. When in reality, real transgender people aren't just trans sometimes, they are transgender all of the time. And as extremism researcher Jared Holt pointed out last week, the right has been obsessed with finding a real-life example of this phenomenon, and they couldn't. That's why the movie
Timeless,
Lady
thank you for the
Ballers
12 months.
was
Guapoco,
supposed to be a
45.
documentary, but they had to pivot to a fictional story when, quote, it obviously didn't work out. Royce White isn't transitioning. He's not pursuing any medical interventions like hormone replacement therapy. He's not dressing in a new way, changing his name, using different pronouns. He's not doing any of that. He's making a mockery of the way that trans people live their lives, and he's doing it to gin up his conservative support. It's so transparent and obvious.
Declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do. I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the women's association. But hey, that'd be probably too much like right. So, and I don't want to be discriminated against.
I'll just note here that Royce White has to refer to his college basketball statistics because he was such a massive flop during his short-lived professional basketball career. As historian Kevin Cruz pointed out over on Blue Sky, in case you don't follow basketball, Royce White was only rostered on an NBA team for a single season. He was used as a substitute in just 3 games, scoring a total of 0 points. He made the stat lines by fouling twice. This is an NBA washout trying desperately to cash in and find some fame. But even that doesn't tell the full story here. You cannot paint a full picture of what Royce White is doing here without showing his political campaign strategy and also noting his history of violence toward his wife and son. I thought these people cared about male victims. Seems like they don't care at all. Minnesota Public Radio has the full story. As of just a few months ago, Royce White is subject to a no contact order after a Minnesota judge ruled there was credible evidence of threats of harm toward his ex-wife and their son. In court filings, he's accused of making numerous
Also, somebody earlier was like, why are you even drawing attention to this? This guy's a joke. The reason that, as fucking absurd and stupid as this is, it has to be called out for the absurdity that it is because the right utilizes this as a vehicle to attack progressivism, to attack liberties. So otherwise, if it goes unchecked, then what happens is the general public will start to form their beliefs on the dominating right-wing narrative. And that's not what we want to happen. This has to be refuted. It has to be destroyed, because otherwise then it shapes public perception and then promotes these harmful policies. Hence, culture wars, they use this to distract you from things that matter. Yeah, but if you don't call out these, absurd, disingenuous framings and allow this distraction to take effect, then it does work. That was crazy. Actually, we didn't go far enough with this so-called woke.
True. I love Caroline. Bro, we are like the same person, right? But if I was like Asian and a woman.
If Sean was Sean the Asian woman.
Or if she was a black man.
So true.
Pick your poison.
Or both, honestly. Man, I know Sean's in the trenches. Sean the Asian woman is in the trenches on a lot of this mess. Shout out, brother. Because it is very exhausting. And I am not a black man, despite Sean's hypothetical. I am not a black man. So I don't even have the experience of being a black man and having to listen to a lot of white leftists seemingly throw Black lives under the bus by dismissing and rolling their eyes at a movement and an era that was born out of the lynching, the murdering of Black Americans. So, yeah. Sean DeQuan. Anyway, shout out Sean DeQuan. Sean DeQuan. Wait, that actually goes hard. Okay. Wait. Not sure, Caroline. Letting right-wingers define the framing of the convo is losing half the battle. what does that mean? Because okay, so let me explain. For example, in the pop culture world that I inhabit, a lot of the framing of pop culture news and a lot of what is in the commentary sphere is being driven by right-wing ideology. And whether it is explicit, so I use the examples of Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and female Ben Shapiro, I can't, Brett person, whether it is people like that Brett Cooper, who are choosing the lane of pop culture to access a more mainstream audience who would perhaps be turned away from their political takes, but are drawn in because they're doing pop culture takes. But those pop culture takes are rooted in these people's right-wing conservative beliefs. Or you have just so much what's in the pop culture space that is very reactionary, that is driven by existing cultural biases and bigotries, but is not necessarily from people who have an explicit political agenda. So someone like me, I have to cut through all of that. I am not in the majority for who and how pop culture coverage has been driven. So the framing absolutely matters. Like the right has been able to define the framing, and that is a big part of the problem. So having to cut through all of that and then present a different perspective, one that challenges all that, that's the that's the job here.
Threats and being both physical.
Yeah, pop culture, which is marketed as apolitical, which people think is apolitical when it's not.
And verbally abusive toward his former partner and their teenaged son.
Tomorrow's the big day for Fran. Yes, tomorrow is the big day for Fran Hong in Wisconsin. If you live in Wisconsin, don't forget your primary.
But as we get into more specifics, he acknowledges some of this did happen. He also is crucially a conservative political activist who is running for the Senate a second time. So when he declares his intent to join the WNBA, he's lying. His intent is to serve in office, and he's using this as a campaign stunt. It's also a massive distraction from the fact that for the next 50 years, White has to stay away from his ex-wife and son. That is a staggering length of time for a protection order. That's not something that judges just dole out on a regular basis. But the judge wrote that White's ex-wife is plainly in fear of him and appeared to the court to be utterly at a loss for how else to gain peace for him. She deemed her testimony entirely credible and added that within the context of their history and ongoing interactions, petitioner's ongoing fear of physical harm from respondent is reasonable. And here's the kicker: White paid for his attorney through his Senate campaign. He's trying to gin up more attention for his Senate campaign through these transphobic stunts so that he can pay the associated legal fees for terrorizing his family. Sounds just like all of their other politicians who terrorize their wives and children. Before this latest order was issued, his ex-wife had previously petitioned successfully for protective orders in 2014 and in 2019. And then he pleaded guilty in 2020 for violating that second protective order and was put on probation. His ex-wife more recently had to call the police after she said he began showing up at her workplace unexpectedly and how he was caught on a doorbell camera peering into her car windows when she was at a friend's house. She also alleged that he accessed her social media accounts and changed her passwords. What a stand-up guy. Then there's the incident with his teenaged son, where presumably in front of a ton of witnesses, including children, White was accused of grabbing and shoving his son into a metal basketball rack. And he didn't even deny this. He just said it was, quote, firm discipline. This is in addition to allegations that White had slapped, grabbed, and pulled the hair of his ex-wife on
No, he's running once again in Minnesota, where he's already lost
numerous occasions. There are photos that the judge reviewed showing bruising on her arm and a swollen lip. Again, this is the man that the conservative movement is currently celebrating. They're celebrating him. These are the things he's done, and they love it. They don't care about the safety of women and girls.
Exactly.
That's not what any of this was about.
Right. That's the point that needs to be emphasized over and over again. The modern conservative project, the right-wing power in this country, is not interested in protecting women. And here are a cajillion examples outlining their hypocrisy, outlining their real goals here. They are not interested in protecting women's sports. They're not interested in women's safety. They are interested in controlling women's autonomy. They're interested in forcing women into a very small box where both in public and private, their lives are not their lives to govern and to dictate. And so understanding like the agenda behind ridiculous figures like Royce White being now all over conservative media and just another figure that they happily have on to attack trans athletes, to attack the trans community, but with the larger goal of destroying women's autonomy. It's already working. Did you see that women made up for 100% of the jobs lost in July? I mean, what we have seen since COVID in 2020, where so many women were forced back into the domestic sphere where they had to quit their jobs if they, had not lost their jobs like a lot of people did, and have been forced back into this unpaid domestic sludge and are trapped in so many ways. I came in thinking she was talking about Max Miller, but turns out, Max Miller, who did not drop out, by the way. Still on the ballot. Still on the ballot.
This is all about controlling women and girls and making a mockery of transgender people so that they can further roll back the rights of one of the most vulnerable minorities in the country. And as we've explained many, many, many times, if we let them get away with this with regards to trans people, they're just going to up the ante and go after more marginalized groups.
Yes.
They're creating legal justifications to do so with the ultimate end goal of, again, eradicating Title IX, eradicating women and girls in sports, because those pesky women and girls in sports stop women from having children. Now, finally, I gotta bring up J.K. Rowling here because the Harry Potter author has made it
Of
her
course,
single-handed
she's gotten
mission
involved
over the past several years to oppose the rights of trans people under the guise of protecting the safety of women and children. So you would think she'd have harsh words for Royce White, who pleaded guilty to violating a protective order and is now barred from his ex-wife and child for 50 years. But J.K. Rowling doesn't have anything to say about that.
Does not give a shit.
She inserted herself into this conversation to post some nonsense.
Also, basically every trans person I know, myself included, is having immense trouble finding work. Many companies are outright saying they're refusing to hire trans people because it's too risky. Yeah. I think there's this tendency to I think there's this tendency when you are a person who does not fall for this reactionary bullshit to look at this and go, oh my God, why are we even wasting our time on this? This is clearly a distraction. Like, clearly this is absurd, but not recognizing that there are a lot of people who are falling for the distraction. So we do have to identify how and why it is a distraction. And the other thing is that right now, the WNBA, the league, is being used by the right as a strategy. This is part of, like, they kind of choose their targets and they do their dunking on woke culture, dunking on what they have created as the distraction for people to be distracted by. And they will then they will point to what they see as what they frame as hypocrisies, what they frame as, see why this all falls apart, because you can just have people like Royce White pretend to be women and join the WNBA. And so that's why trans people are all phonies, because they're all pretending, blah, 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 blah. And they hold that up as proof of a system of inclusion being flawed and therefore needing to be totally dismantled.
Quote, you say some men sincerely identify as women, but that these two men aren't sincere. Do sincere men injure fewer women and girls than the insincere ones? How do we test for sincerity? What if a sincerity jury is split? Very much looking forward to your answers. J.K. Rowling, I'm looking forward to the day where you admit that none of this was about protecting women and girls. You have a sickness. Transphobia has turned you into a single-minded obsessive. That's a real problem, and you should get it taken care of. In the meantime, the WNBA continues to be a place that welcomes diversity to the chagrin.
And the other problem is that if the right succeeds in using the WNBA as its focal point, as a way to attack, and the WNBA in their current talks decides that the amount of controversy that's been generated means they now have to put out trans exclusionary policies, then that is in service of the right's goal. So they are not just sitting here trying to make a bunch of noise and be assholes. They are hoping to succeed in a blanket ban on transgender inclusion. And even though there's not a single transgender athlete in the WNBA, the goal is that the institution, the league, puts out a blanket ban, that they go, okay, we have decided to revisit our rules here, and in order to preserve the integrity of our league, or yada, 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 they now issue a blanket ban on transgender inclusion, no matter what.
These conservatives who never watched WNBA games in the first place. They're just mad that women and girls sports exist, and that a lot of the athletes and fans of this sports don't mind the inclusion of transgender people because we have a little something called common sense. But because right-wingers are continuing to force this issue above all else, they're derailing the normal activities of the WNBA, essentially forcing them to convene and discuss this issue, which affects exactly 0 athletes because there are exactly 0 transgender women on the league. But thanks to Royce White, there's about to be 2 cisgender men trying to force their way onto these women's sports teams. Sounds like the exact problem the right has been warning us about for years. Those warnings were all
right. The whole point is not that Ines Cantor and Royce White are going to go through with this charade of like being trans. Okay. The point is that they are doing this in order for the right to go, see, this is the problem. This is what we have been calling out. The hypocrisies, the obvious issues here. So you can have anyone like these former NBA guys claim to be woman. Like that's part of their propaganda is that, you will have men pretending to be women in order to get into women's prisons and rape women or get into women's sports to rape women or whatever. It's like that is a big part of the propaganda. So it's not a matter of like, oh, are people believing that Ines Cantor and Royce White are actually going to start doing HRT and gender affirming care? It is about the right holding that up as evidence that the inclusion in these institutions is the problem. It's a much ado about nothing. It is a non-existent problem that they have forced into the conversation as a problem. And that is why they do these stunts. They do these stunts to be like, see, this is what's happening or could happen. It's a contrived plant. Right. It is on purpose a stunt.
Just projection. They couldn't wait to do it themselves. I hope this makes it blatantly obvious what their entire movement has been about this entire time for anyone who was still on the fence. Because if you actually care about women and girls and children in general, you wouldn't be simping for this man and you wouldn't be doing all of this. Be sure to subscribe to Courier if you aren't already for more news and updates. And we'll see you tomorrow.
It's frustrating because it's so stupid. It's so stupid. And it is so blatantly not an issue. And yet, I mean, this is this, honest to God, this is what trans people say when they're like, do you think we want to be talking about being trans all the time? Do you think we want to be talking about the trans issue, trans rights? Like, no, this happens because outside forces have created this situation where now this has to be talked about. This has to be addressed. This has to be advocated. This has to be advocated on. It's maddening because it's so fucking stupid. It's so absurd. When you look at the problems in this world, it is not the existence of trans people and their participation in public life. It just simply is not. It simply is not. You know who had a good take? And I retweeted this. Van Lathan, co-host of Higher Learning Podcast, said, if you cannot give trans people with visibility, humanity, and acceptance, could you at least gift them with silence? What a fucking bar. Could you at least shut the fuck up about it? Could you at least leave them the fuck alone? You guys are doing your victory lap on this shit, fucking up the country. You mean to tell me that there are wars happening in the Middle East? Food prices are crazy. The environment is in the shitter. We can't eat lettuce without crap in our pants. All of this stuff, and you are still picking on these people after all of this time. It is insane. It is so fucking stupid. If you open your eyes and look at the problems that you are experiencing in your life, look at the actual issues that you are victim to. It is not trans people. It literally is not trans. It just simply is not. It is not. It is not. It is completely manufactured. A completely manufactured issue. But the right has been so effective in using trans lives as a distraction, in manufacturing this outrage. And the liberal capitulation to the right-wing framing is where we are today. So that is why in this conversation that I know has frustrated people, and I'm sure people have just tuned the fuck out because they don't agree with me. But this is what I'm looking at, where it's like, okay, so we have the right, we have liberals, and now we have leftists who are calling out issues of woke and woke culture, when today we are in a worse off position. And it is not because of the fights that emerged in the 2010s. Look at what happened from 2020 on, how liberals turned around and are doing the same thing to the trans community that the right was the first at doing. That they have totally capitulated to the reactionary right-wing manufactured bullshit here. That they're like, you know what, actually? Yeah, Democrats do need to throw trans people under the bus. The trans issue is an electoral thorn in our side. There are libs who generally think Kamala lost because of transgender. Yes, they are like, well, if the trans issue hadn't taken up so much oxygen, then Kamala wouldn't have lost. We don't even talk about Roe v. Wade anymore. Anyway, Hugh Laurie is such a fucking idiot. Graham Linehan, who is a horrible guy. He is so noxious. He is constantly doing freak shit. Yeah, we're on fire and no one talks about climate change. Yeah. We are in so many ways worse off than where we were 6 years ago. And it has not to do with woke. Anyway, Graham Linehan and Hugh Laurie were going back and forth. And Hugh, in this response, says, firstly, fuck off. Secondly, no, I don't believe men should compete against women. Okay. I thought I'd made that pretty clear if you looked, but obviously you must get on to your next. Graham Linehan said, why fuck off then? Just say that you support Sophie Cunningham and her fight for fair sports and stop trying to be arch. Hugh Laurie says, you started it. Cowardly to fuck off is the going rate of exchange around here. And yes, I support Sophie Cunningham and you some of the time. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Wow. Okay. So if you're looking around and your ally is Graham Linehan, who you go, yeah, you know what? You're all sometimes obnoxious, but sometimes I do support you. That's the camp you're in. Fucking ew. I cannot tell you, when it comes to transphobes, Graham Linehan is one of the worst. He really is one of the worst. It's like, you know, in ranking vile Zionist propagandists. They're all bad, but you have the ones who are the absolute fucking worst of the worst. And that is Graham Linehan when it comes to anti-trans activists. Literally blew up his marriage over his obsession with being a transphobe. Yeah, this guy is a fucking freak. And Hugh Laurie is, he's You know what's so funny is that this is the camp of people who will decry moral moral purity, right? They'll be like, "Oh, there's no room for disagreement." And then you'll see this shit. Right? I see this too with like Brianna Wu. Where so many times Brianna Wu will be like, "Wow, it's really disappointing to see this fascist being transphobic." It's like, yeah, they're a fascist. There's no room for disagreement because they're a fascist. So when it comes to thinking you can have a little disagreement with a fascist and they're not going to turn around and be a fascist to you, you simply are wrong, right? Like, leopards ate my face. Well, yeah, because you guys are on the side of evil. Do you think that there is room here for reasonable discussion on the side of evil? No, this can't be the real Hugh Laurie. Unfortunately, it can, and it is. And it sucks. Why the hell is Hugh Laurie tweeting about Sophie Cunningham? Why is this suddenly her fight? Why is someone telling another they should just say they support her? What a dumb timeline we're all in. This is how you know how dumb these manufactured culture wars are. You have two Englishmen talking about a middling WNBA player because of a massive online push to make her the culture war distraction of the week. Even those who agree with Linehan despise him. Like, this guy is so despicable. Despicable. That is how ridiculous. The person who's like, you have two middling Englishmen who are on the same side, but still going at each other concerning Sophie Cunningham and the WNBA. Ew. Gross. Just two dumb transphobes. Not even telling each other exactly, because these people can't help but to be nasty, even to their own allies. It's like y'all are on the same side, but because you are such noxious figures, again, there is, they will turn around and eat their own. And that's why I'm like, leftists, please don't do this. Please do not mimic how the right behaves. Come on. Anyway, I feel like I need to breathe out the stupidity. I just need to like Your top is cute. Thank you. Thank you. This is my thrift finds. Permission to eat a gummy. Yes. Permission granted. This is a masterclass in self-regulation. I don't know. I think maybe it's Monday. Maybe I just feel aggravated. Maybe I just feel aggravated. And I feel that it's ironic because I was saying to Will earlier, I was like, you know, Will, I feel less and less that I want to be politically focused in my commentary. And by that, I mean, when I talk, talking about politics and being in the world of a lot of these online leftists. Like, I want to less and less be a part of that because I'm so frustrated a lot, and it feels, as I said, more and more hostile. And I feel like I feel like people are closing, the walls are closing in, and it feels like you either get on this team or you're not a part of this. So ironically, I'm like, I want to be part of that less, but that even just by being a pop culture commentator, that I do get dismissed, also being a woman, but my perspective is not one that is taken seriously. Shut up and do pop culture. Shut up and dribble. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And it feels really disappointing because it has been nice to be excited by these electoral wins, and that excitement feels dampened by now this noise that's happening online. You know, it's like, I am also excited by socialist wins. Like, yes, that is something that I have been paying attention to and do share on my stream. I'm not checked out, right? I'm not involved in my way, but that now this feels it feels like I do just want to stay over here in my space. I just want to stay here in my space. I don't really want to be fighting every day, single day on Twitter and clashing with online leftists. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll be over here. I'll be over here. Ah! Protect your peace. Yeah, not even, I don't know. Concuss, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Picture of a snail, thank you for the 37 months. Oh, my brain just feels like this. Way too many people come in here expecting your stream to be Hassan's. Yeah, or expecting that I agree with Hassan on everything, which I don't. For my friends and colleagues in the online left political sphere, I do not agree with everything, but that is okay. It does not mean that I think they are bad people. It does not mean that I don't think that they are doing good work. But I think we need to be able to have these disagreements without, frankly, those of us who feel on the less populated side feeling condescended to. And I'm not saying that that is how Hassan speaks to me. I'm saying, like, just in general, there feels like this. There feels like I said, it feels like the walls are closing in because of the surge of socialist electoral wins. And now it's like, ooh, anybody who says anything else is an op. That we're all just going to get labeled ops. We're all ops. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Like we're going to ruin it or something. Yeah, like we're being told we're ruining the party. I don't know if this is the right move or not, but this philosopher in political science, academic in France named Geoffrey de Lagosnery, saying that we, the left, should try not to chase and fight the right-wing propaganda agenda, but rather constantly push our agenda positively further and further. pushing the Overton window on our side and forcing them to chase our agenda and bark at us while we keep going like Sauron did away while just pushing our talking points. Yes, but it's actually something that I think about is something Bernie had said one time, where going on Joe Rogan's podcast, he's like, I have a double task. It is not just promoting socialism. Like Bernie's, healthcare is a human right. It's that first you have to push back on what has become an effective framing. You have to push that back. You have to identify why that is wrong. And then you have to offer the alternative. It's not enough to just, the way I view it is like, it's not enough to just give my take on something. In order for people who believe the opposite, first I have to identify why that is wrong, and then break all that apart, and then push through the message. So that's why it's hard. It's just, there's more work because you are not just utilizing smears and propaganda and playing on people's existing biases, playing into that. It's what's like a good visual. It's like if something is built incorrectly, you have to unbuild it, and then you have to build it correctly. If something IKEA furniture that is built incorrectly, you have to dismantle it, and then you have to build it correctly. Lay the correct foundation, otherwise the house falls. Yeah. So, for example, Brad Pitt, in presenting my commentary on Brad Pitt, I have to explain what I have to explain like the background and perhaps what people have been led astray by, which comes from Brad Pitt's PR team, who is Tag Agency, who is the PR team of people like Justin Baldoni and Johnny Depp. But for people who are like not knowing the background here, I can't just go, fuck Brad Pitt. Because they'll go, well, why? This is nasty work. Yeah. Okay. So Brad Pitt's team is at it again. And this has to do with the fact that in recent weeks, more of his children have dropped the Pitt last name as they have turned 18 and most likely now do not have court mandated, visits with their father or whatever the custody agreement was. Turning 18, therefore now they are adults and can make decisions for themselves, like dropping the Pitt last name. Okay. So that's been going on, and people have responded to that, either now being aware of Brad Pitt's alleged abuse, and going, yeah, fuck that guy, or going, wait, what's happening here? Why is this guy's kids dropping his last name? Something must be going on. I wonder what's happening. And additionally, Angelina, I know, has a film. She has a film project that she has been opening up in interviews. Finally, she's going back into interviews. She's been opening up about the trauma that she not like fully opening up, but touching on it. And she has a new film, Without Blood. Okay. So Brad Pitt and his team are like, well, we got to fix the SEO here. We got to make sure that the Brad Pitt golden boy, that the public's perception of Brad Pitt as this great guy stays strong. So what came out today? Well, there was an interview in Esquire where Brad Pitt talks about how he experienced suicidal ideation, and he had a lot of family stuff that he was going through. Anyway, as you can see from these two headlines, Brad Pitt seemingly reflects on Angelina Jolie divorce, experienced suicidal ideation while dealing with, quote, family stuff. Brad Pitt says family stuff drove him to suicidal thoughts. It's not hard to see what the purpose of this is. It's not hard to see how these these pieces on Brad Pitt are centered around Brad Pitt being a sympathetic figure. Oh my gosh, suicide? Oh my gosh, poor Brad Pitt, and nothing else matters, because suicide is something that makes people clutch their pearls and go, oh, that's terrible. Yeah, they saw the Perez situation and went, you know what? That's the strategy here. I'm sorry if I'm coming across as callous, because obviously suicidal ideation is nothing to joke about, and it is something that affects people. And who am I to say if Brad Pitt did or did not truly experience this? But I do know that when it comes to Brad Pitt and his PR team, they are always trying to get ahead of the narrative. They are always using the playbook to make sure that good guy Brad Pitt is the only guy that people know. The only guy that people know. So anyway, Brad Pitt revealed that he experienced, it's always the timing of it as well. I just have to say, the timing is suspect, because this is the playbook. This is what we see repeatedly. There's always intent behind every single interview, behind every single piece of media or whatever that drops. Brad Pitt's high-profile divorce from Angelina Jolie caused the actor to experience some mental health struggles. In an intimate Esquire profile published on August 10th, Pitt revealed that he recently described himself as, quote, too emotional when talking with a friend. The actor explained that he previously wanted to be, quote, more even when dealing with the high highs and low lows of life. However, the friend freed him, making Pitt feel like it was okay to stop thinking there's something wrong about his emotions. This is utilizing faux progressive like speech and ideas. All right. Oh, don't we want men to be open with their emotions? Isn't that what male feminists are promoting? About how, hey, it's good to be in touch with your emotions, men. It's not just something for women. It does not make you weak. It makes you strong. I'm sorry, but there is intention behind all of this to provide cover and to shield Brad Pitt from what he did to his family. It's what Justin Baldoni did with his whole male feminist thing. Like, men, let's be emotional. Men, let's open up about how we're feeling. Oh, okay. Brad Pitt is now realizing that what was holding him back was he was concerned about expressing his emotion. He was worried that there was something wrong with his emotions, but he's now freed of that. Brad Pitt is on his liberation journey. I was never suicidal in any way. It was not my makeup. In fact, if I have any afflictions, it's probably being a congenital optimist. Wait a second. Hold on. If Brad Pitt said I was never suicidal, Why is so much of the framing around this Brad Pitt's suicidal thoughts? So I guess he's maybe making the distinction that he never acted. I don't know. Okay. It was not my makeup. In fact, if I have any afflictions, it's probably being a congenital optimist. I'm sorry, but this is giving when you do an interview for a job. They're like, what's your weakness? You're like, honestly, I just care so much about work, and I'm a workaholic, and I work so much, and I work too much, and I work so hard, too hard. I'm a perfectionist, and all I think about is work. That's my weakness. My weakness is that I'm so dedicated to work. Him saying, in fact, if I have any afflictions, it's probably being a congenital optimist. He's like, my weakness is that I'm so optimistic, which has helped many times. And it's also gotten me, I've walked foolishly head on into a Mack truck because of my optimism. Pitt shared that there was one little period of his life when he felt suicidal ideation. Okay. In that one little period, I just thought I just didn't see a way out. The pain was so oppressive that I wasn't going to act on this, but I could feel the cold steel of the bullet in my head, and it felt like relief. He continued, I thought, oh, okay, now I understand. I understand suicide in the sense that it's just relief. It's just looking for relief from the pain. But I also think that we have incredible survival instincts. And for me, that immediately kicked in, but it was just, as he trailed off, Pitt noted, this shit ain't easy, before acknowledging his privilege. And you're talking to a guy who won the lottery. When asked about the pain that he experienced putting him into this suicidal mindset, Pitt admitted it was family stuff, but did not expand any further. We could leave it at that, Pitt concluded. If I speak. If I speak. This is a classic. Male abusers will talk about their mental health. And so then anybody who is calling them out then is treated as mocking mental health problems, mocking men's mental health. Where it's like, oh, okay. I see. So you are mocking men's struggles. You are mocking mental health struggles. You're the problem. Yeah, this is a classic move. This is a classic move to put yourself at the center and reframe everything around the struggles that you experienced. I wanted to kill myself because my stupid evil wife who was causing so many problems for me. Yeah, and then him being like, him alluding to it, clearly pointing to the family stuff as what led to him experiencing suicidal ideation, but then going, let's just leave it there. Right where, oh, okay, he's the one who is actually not trying to draw focus to his family, but also make it clear that they're the reason why he experienced this. Yeah, don't invade his privacy. And also any accusations of Brad Pitt being the one who, over the ensuing years since the plane incident, that Brad Pitt has been the one who either Brad Pitt sources say or opening up in his media appearances because Angelina Jolie she actually is the private one. Angelina Jolie is the one who has maintained privacy for the sake of her children and for herself. Pitt met ex-wife Jolie while filming the 2005 movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The former couple are parents to Maddox, Pax, Zahara, Shiloh, and twins Knox and Vivienne. Pitt and Jolie separated in 2016 following an incident that occurred on a private jet. Jolie alleged that Pitt had physically abused her and their children. No charges were filed. Following an FBI investigation into the claims, which I feel obligated to always say that there was probable cause, that the FBI investigation turned up witness statements, third-party witnesses, probable cause to file charges against Pitt. But ultimately, all the parties decided not to. Several of the children have since dropped Pitt's name following their parents' split. They were declared legally single in 2019, but their divorce wasn't finalized until 2024 following a lengthy court battle. And then where's the part where he talks about how he's drinking again? Let's see. During a long-haul flight from France to Los Angeles, an allegedly intoxicated Pitt was verbally and physically aggressive towards his wife and children, Jolie claimed in court papers. Pitt was accused of choking one of their older children and grabbing Jolie by the head and shaking her. Jolie filed for divorce shortly after the events. The midair meltdown led Pitt to quit drinking, but he told Esquire he was off the wagon after staying sober for 7 years. Now, Pitt said he drinks in a more restrained manner. He added, I got overconfident a couple times, went, yep, nope, this is not good for me. Not in big quantities. I can have a few glasses of wine, but I can't have a lot. I have to be professional about it. So this is interesting because in the past, Brad Pitt, part of the playbook, was to put the attention on his alcoholism, to be like, yes, I had a drinking problem, but now I'm getting clean, to essentially turn any fingers pointing at him towards his alcohol problem, towards his addiction. But now he's fine. That he's like, oh, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I just got overconfident a few times. And I know now that I can't drink alcohol in big quantities, but I can still. So let me just say, alcoholism is it's a son of a bitch. Okay. Alcoholism is a terrible disease. I am sure, like myself, all of you, most of you, if not all of you in here, have dealt with an alcoholic in your family, and it is terrible. It is terrible. Alcoholism is a terrible, terrible disease. But you have to take all of this into account. That now Pitt's his and his team's, what they're going in the direction of here now is that Brad Pitt suffered serious mental health issues, that he had suicidal ideation as related to family stuff. So it's no more the emphasis being on the drinking and the alcoholism, because he's not an alcoholic. He just can't drink too much. And who knows, maybe, like, if you were to ask me based on everything I had read, I would say Brad Pitt is an alcoholic. I don't think there's such a thing as if I drink too much, it's a problem. So I'm just going to have one drink. Just saying, I don't think it works that way. I think you have a problem with alcohol if you have a problem with alcohol. Yeah, so I will say the good news is, seeing online response to this, a lot of people were like, oh, fuck this guy. A lot of people who either were aware of what had happened or now are aware because of his kids dropping his last name and people talking about how Brad Pitt abused his family. I will say it's good that seemingly a lot of the online response is seeing through the narrative and understanding now how like Brad Pitt's PR operates, and that he for so long was able to maintain this golden boy image because of his very selective and intentional PR pieces. And I think I have to say, if it were just alleged abuse of Angelina, I don't necessarily know if it would be this response. But because of the kids, because the kids have all dropped his name, because to what we can see, do not fuck with Brad Pitt. And then people finding out that it was not just his children on that plane, or it was not just Angelina on that plane, but also his kids that he had abused, that one of them he had allegedly choked when they tried to defend Angelina. So I think people realize like, oh wait, something is absolutely up. Where I hate to cynically say, had it just been Angelina, people probably would not have taken it as seriously or cared as much. But the fact that it's now 5 of 6 kids who have legally dropped his name and have clearly nothing to do with him. The story's been pretty sus. The story is pretty sus timing after what's been happening. Yes. And now the thing is, once you understand, then you see how this works. You see, of course, this is coming on the heels of the negative PR Brad Pitt was receiving because his kids were dropping his last name, because they were separating themselves legally from the Pitt last name. Said it a bunch, but you can't underscore how big of a deal it was that 5 of his 6 kids went through the efforts to drop his name. 5 individual persons that made that conscious decision. That speaks volumes about Pitt as a father. The spin for years had been Angelina poisoning the kids against him, but that doesn't really work anymore. No. And it also, the fact that Angelina was not the one who alerted the FBI, that it was individual third-party witnesses, that there were flight attendants on that private plane who witnessed this behavior, that there was a person on the tarmac when the plane landed who additionally witnessed the abusive behavior. And so I think there are certain elements to this that is why the growing response online in comment section on stuff like this is, yeah, fuck that guy. He's got a movie coming out with a dog. Brad Pitt. Heart of the Beast. No, I just made that up. Wait, is it? Heart of the Beast. Yeah. How bad is Brad Pitt's image that he's reached the heartwarming movie with a dog companion portion of his career? Wait, excellent point. Excellent point. That is also reputational. That is also like an attempt to do reputational fixing. He is doing a heartwarming dog. Well, I guess it's not heartwarming, but a Paramount military movie. But he has he's reached the stage where it is him and a dog, a former soldier and his retired dog who battle for survival. Wonderful. I will never let go of that scene where Bruce Lee was made a mockery of in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yes, you and Will Neff both. That pissed Will Neff off so badly. He ranted. I remember it was like days of him ranting. Valid, of course. But yeah, don't get him started on that. I'm a person of adult divorce, and my dad was nuts during the divorce. I helped my dad through it and had arguments with him. The fact that Brad Pitt's kids disavowed him is telling. Yeah, and like I said, when you see how when you see behind the curtain, right? When you see how the sausage is made, then you always see it. So when you find out what happened here and how Brad Pitt's PR team has been utilized throughout the years, and yes, he is, of course, it is normal for celebrities to have PR teams, especially A-listers, but how you can see whenever something starts to come to the surface that his team then starts going to work in making sure his reputation doesn't take a hit. You know, so if you Google Brad Pitt, but what pops up is Brad Pitt had suicidal thoughts. Brad Pitt, you know, mental health issues, which is all aimed at generating sympathy for Brad Pitt and distracting from what Brad Pitt did. Can't put the sausage back with the toothpaste. Exactly. Yeah. And then meanwhile, you have Melissa Barrera, who is a person of principle who was blacklisted. And I'm glad that she is speaking out about her blacklisting because unfortunately, in the past, a lot of actresses who have been blacklisted from Hollywood for, I don't know, being difficult have essentially it was like years later that they would open up about it. And so it's good that Melissa has been opening up, especially in the last year, but just terrible to be like talking about Brad Pitt and his bullshit in one breath. And then in the next talking about how Melissa Barrera has continued to face consequences for being a person of for being a person of moral, of having morals, like being a person who was principled and stood up for what she saw and understood to be a grievous crime against humanity.
The war on Gaza. Would you say you were blacklisted? Would you use that term?
Yeah, definitely.
Which is like,
yeah,
terrible as an artist. And so how do you put that, the fact that because of your humanity, your consciousness, your international...
Oh yeah, also Brad Pitt is like, we should have AI for mid-budget films, 40 to 90 million.
Awareness?
Okay, Brad Pitt, we'll just AI Brad Pitt. We don't need you.
That you say, no, in the United States, I was actually blacklisted for my political thought, not for my acting.
Yeah.
For my political thought.
It's hard to comprehend, but it's also not the first time that that has happened to someone, and it won't be the last. There are a lot of people that got fired for basically saying Palestinians deserve human rights and they shouldn't be getting bombed and attacked in this way. And it's sad to me that there are interests that are more important to certain people of power and money, and that they don't care about people's lives, and that they will do everything they can to shut people up from saying that people deserve to live, that children deserve to grow up. It's hard to comprehend, but I also feel like the tide has turned so much, and like everybody kind of is just seeing things for what they are, even if they were resisting at the beginning. And so I try to continue to have hope, because I do feel that there's a lot more people out there that care, that actually do care about each other, and that understand that we're all connected, that we can't turn a blind eye to something that is happening on the other side of the world just because it's on the other side of the world, because before we know it, it's right here on our doorstep. And I think people, especially in this country, realize that this year, where it's like, oh, wow.
And sorry to keep returning to this conversation on how leftists are fighting over the concept of woke. But I think people such as myself are concerned with seeing how this has happened to the pro-Palestine movement, and the concern that U.S. politicians who ran on being against genocide, ran on stopping stopping the facilitation of genocide via financial and military and all the funding that the U.S. provides and the support U.S. provides, that what's going to happen to the pro-Palestine cause is what has happened to Black Lives Matter and the fight against ending the fight in ending police brutality. That if you have people already right now who ran on a platform that was reflective of where voters were at in the, on the issue of Israel and Palestine, but that once in office are going to backtrack, and there's going to be, anyway, I think people are identifying the parallel situations here, these causes that are interconnected, and the based, the realistic concern that concessions will be made for the sake of electoral power. And that's why, like, I'm reading what Palestinians have to say on this, as I am also listening to what Black activists have to say on the conversation right now over woke era. People who, for them, this is not rhetoric, right? This is not something to be caught up over the words that are being used or not used. And anyway.
Same tactics that were used over there, the same surveillance mechanisms, the techniques used by like police.
Everything you've covered so far tonight reminds me of that interviewer who asked Io Debris and Julia Roberts what they think about Me Too and Black Lives Matter being over. Yes,
they're the same.
We covered
the border, the walls.
Yep.
Yeah, and
the checkpoints.
And so I do think that we just have to name things for what they are, even if there's consequences.
Yeah, worrying about capitulation on the issue of Palestinian lives. I feel like the best thing the left can do when it comes to the idea of woke is reclaim one of its original meanings, aware of systemic racism in America. If we're dogmatic, we can reclaim it from its right-wing framing. Yeah, and just remember that we can't concede an inch. And it does not matter if we have socialists in name winning seats and winning power if it's only in name, if it's not actually put to action. For what it's worth, I see you and Sean both talk about being in this position. I respect the hell out of you both more than anyone else on this platform. As I said, I have disagreements with people, which is healthy and good. I respect a lot of the work that others are doing, but I wish I would feel that returned to those who have expressed a position that Sean and I and others on this side, I guess, have expressed. Like, it doesn't feel, I feel like I give out the energy of not trying to treat all other leftists who I have disagreements with as my enemy, but that does not feel like it is returned. It feels like right now, what's formulating is don't forget Doodleburb. Yeah, and if I don't mention someone's name, it is not with intent. It's also because I just don't I don't watch enough. I don't see enough of what people are saying. Anyway, yeah, shout out to people who feel right now that they are standing up against what feels like is what feels like a burgeoning new status quo, because it's tough. It's tough, and you feel you feel like you're on the outside. All right. Jonas Brothers podcast coming to Disney Plus and Hulu, along with 5 other iHeartMedia shows. Remember how I talk about that the podcast space has been totally taken over by celebrities, and that overall the kind of moving away from engaging with members of the press and instead engaging with only celebrities has been what's been taking place? That there is now this shift that is occurring away from celebrities engaging with, I wouldn't even say non-celebrities, because, well, unless you considered influencers celebrities, it depends on who the influencer is. But basically, a lot of celebrities now will only be in conversation with the handful of influencers who are the go-tos, because they are not going to ask any type of tough questions. It's going to be very bubblegum, very softball-y, handpicked. Yep. And otherwise, they are just going on other celebrity podcasts. So the podcast world, which has become this multi-billion-dollar industry, and recently they put out a list of the top 20 podcasts, and so many of them are now celebrity podcasts, because this has become a way for celebrities to make easy money, for celebrities who are kind of in that phase of their career where they no longer have the success they once had, but still have enough to their name that they can do a podcast. Also, because that's who these podcast networks are buying podcasts of and from. So now we have a Jonas Brothers podcast. And it's also not just like, it's not just that you have celebrities doing podcasts. They are all trying to capitalize on nostalgia. It's all about, hey, remember when? So Disney has cut a licensing deal for 6 podcasts from iHeartMedia that will stream on Disney Plus and or Hulu, starting with the Jonas Brothers' recently launched Hey Jonas. Obama's doing one too, apparently. Yes, of course. In addition to Hey Jonas, the deal encompasses video editions of iHeart Podcast Pod Meets World, which will stream on Disney Plus, as well as Desperately Devoted, Fake Doctors, Real Friends with Zach and Donald, Stradio Lab, and Thanks Dad with Ego Nwim to Hulu. The shows with weekly episode releases will be coming to the Disney streaming platforms in the coming months. Disney is banking on some synergy with the Jonas Siblings podcast, in which Kevin, Joe, and Nick share another side of themselves in a playful, intimate, and irreverent way. Congrats on the guest spot on Hey Jonas. I'm going to be their first guest. Yes, thank you. Hey Jonas will debut simultaneously with an episode highlighting Camp Rock 3, the latest installment in the music franchise that stars the 3 Jonas Brothers that premieres that same day on Disney Plus. Because that's another aspect here. Celebrities having podcasts so that they can promote their work through their podcast, where it's not even like going on making other media appearances. It's now like, oh, we'll just have our own podcast. We'll just double dip, right? We'll have a podcast that we're also promoting our stuff through. Yeah, other tie-ins. Desperately Devoted on Hulu will begin streaming with video for the first time on November 2nd, aimed at driving fans to rewatch episodes of Desperate Housewives. Fans of Scrubs can also revisit each episode of the series on Hulu alongside co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison, with fake doctors, real friends with Zach and Donald. Y'all, I was not exaggerating when I said in the past that this is what podcasts are now. And it's not just that celebrities have gone in on podcasts. It's that it's changing the entire media, the entire media infrastructure within Hollywood. That there has been this deliberate shift away from celebrities in this era, so concerned with their reputations and having control over what people say about them on the internet, that now they are only wanting to engage with in conversations that they know are going to be easy. Every individual is just a private ad agency. Fans can't get enough of the stories and talent they love, and podcasts have become one of the fastest growing ways for audiences to connect with them, said Lauren Tempest, Disney's head of direct-to-consumer content planning and partnerships. It's also money, obviously. Money. These new video podcasts from iHeartMedia bring fans closer to their favorite worlds and the creators behind them, and we're thrilled to make them available on Disney Plus and Hulu as part of an even richer streaming experience. iHeartMedia has also licensed podcasts to Netflix, including Charlemagne the God's Breakfast Club and shows from Martha Stewart and Lele Pons. Other podcasts available on Disney Plus and Hulu include titles like Handsome and We're Here to Help. In addition to rewatch podcasts like The Mess Around with Hannah and Lamorne for New Girl, Prison Breaking with Sarah and Paul, Prison Break, and That Was Us, This Is Us. Companion podcasts for Disney Plus and Hulu series include those for Paradise, American Idol, and Dancing with the Stars, as well as FX's The Shards and Love Story, John F. Kennedy Jr. and Carolyn Bessette. So basically, everything is just podcast now. Everything will have a subsequent podcast, whether it came out 20 years ago or it came out this year. Everything is podcast. Everybody is podcast. Oh my God. So you have Hey Jonas, you have Pod Meets World, which is Danielle Fishel, Will Friedle, and Ryder Strong of Boy Meets World. Desperately Devoted, which is Terry Hatcher and Andrea Bowen of Desperate Housewives. Fake Doctors, Real Friends with Zach and Donald, which is Zach Braff and Donald Faison of Scrubs. Straightio Lab, which is George Severus and Sam Taggart, comedians. And then Thanks Dad with Ego Noim, which is Ego from SNL. Yeah. The other thing about that is it means that for regular folk, it has become that much harder
6 things they did
to have a podcast, because podcasts have been taken over by celebrities and influencers and networks that see the monetary value in nostalgia. Everybody loves to be nostalgic. And you have a bunch of these former stars who are no longer doing anything, so they are perfect for a podcast. So people are really watching these podcasts. Oh, yeah. And then the video element, that it's not just about having a podcast. It's it's all video now. And so you can watch your favorite former TV and film stars have a podcast. You and that sandwich lady should do a podcast or something. I am now fundamentally opposed to podcasts. I'm just kidding. But there are so many. It's pitched to them like you could be the next Dax Shepard and make 200 mil possibly from your home while promoting your shows and getting more royalties. Yeah. I mean, when you see the success of celebrity podcasts and how much fucking money they've made and how it has, for some of them, made them more popular than they were before, of course, everyone's going to want to get in on that. Okay, this is Mina Lay's The Death of the Celebrity Interview.
On my last video, which I still stand by. I just think that sometimes people can feel the impulse to comment right at the beginning of a video or just from reading the thumbnail. And so they're not yet getting the full understanding of what I'm trying to say. And it's difficult because I also depend on early comments to push my video forward in the algorithm. So I am thankful for the excitement.
Haunts every male podcast.
Because this topic is also a bit controversial, I want to get some things off my chest immediately in case people don't want to stick around for the whole thing. This video is about the current media landscape through the lens of celebrity journalism. And I chose this topic because I think it's a fascinating medium that I also enjoy. Like, I love Hot Ones. I love Actors on Actors, Brittany Broski's Royal Court, Las Culturistas, Vogue's in the Bag, etc., which I know they're all very different and are trying to achieve different things, but they also all follow into this new media, social media optimized landscape that is quite the departure from old school Barbara Walters style, Oprah style journalism. And I've seen people discourse about this and point fingers at influencers for turning journalism into content, but I think the topic is much more complex than that, and it's something that I try to explain the nuances of in this video, whether I'm successful or not. I'm also biased because I am one of those influencers turning journalism into content, so the call is coming from inside the house. Also to say, even though I talk about certain podcasts and shows as examples, I think it's just much more fruitful to talk about what's going on situationally rather than, focus all of our blame on like one Alex Cooper interview. So with that said, I'm excited to get started. If you've noticed, I've changed my backdrop. I feel like I've been changing my backdrop for every single video now because I haven't figured out where in my house is the perfect spot to film. Also because it's still a work in progress with decor. So we're still trying to figure that out. Sorry. Anyways, let's get started. In March, earlier this year, podcast host Alex Cooper interviewed singer-songwriter Chappell Roan on one of the top podcasts in America, Call Her Daddy. Just some context. Call Her Daddy started out as a relationship advice podcast in 2018, originally hosted by Alex Cooper and Sophia Franklin. In late 2020, Franklin left the podcast, leaving Cooper to run
I'll be
the
talking
show
about my
solo.
disdain of podcasts.
Then in
on the
2021,
Distribution
Cooper
Room.
struck a $60 million deal with Spotify, and in 2024, she struck a $125 million deal with SiriusXM. Since Franklin left, Cooper started onboarding celebrities to interview, which makes sense because it is harder to.
Here's the thing. If you're doing a podcast, make it fucking interesting. All right. There are great examples of podcasts where celebrities come on and are interviewed. Hot Ones. I will always give Sean Evans well-deserved flowers because the thorough researching and care that is put into the questions that are asked on that show in a fun format is great. But the market is so oversaturated. It's now become all the things that I had previously listed. And so if you're gonna do a podcast, please have it be worthwhile. And also, please, if you have on celebrity guests, ask interesting questions.
Wrote a podcast as a solo speaker, and business-wise, I think it's a smart decision.
Hot Ones changed celebrity interviews, but a lot of people learned the wrong lesson.
People and fans of those celebrities
Yeah.
to watch your show. As a rising star, Chappell Roan hasn't been interviewed too much at length, and at the time of her interview with Call Her Daddy, Fans were fiending to know more about her.
Chapel Roan, welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you.
Within the first 2 minutes of the interview, Cooper compliments Roan's outfit by saying,
"It literally looks like you are the host of the show. And no. You look like you are running this room right now and I'm the outsider."
This self-deprecation seeds authority and is something that Cooper does a lot in her interviews. She's always looking to build camaraderie. And so her questions often start off with compliments.
"You know what you're doing, Avril. Okay." I look up to what you guys have done.
Thank you.
No, I love it.
But what that usually also means is that she ends up
It's just a
affirming the
glaze
ideals and
fest.
feelings of her guests rather than,
Yes.
asking for more information. Cooper also projects the idea that she isn't necessarily
Slay.
smarter than her interviewees.
Slay, slay.
For example,
Slay,
when Roan
slay, slay.
answers what her favorite outfit is, Cooper replies, "Okay, well, I was going to say now I need to go Google that." Cooper wants to make her guests feel like they're on the same level as her, which is fine when done tactfully, but can also rob an interview of substance. For example, early on, Cooper asked Roan if she dresses up all the time, and Roan talks about how she actually is pretty casual in her day-to-day life, and that she feels she can dress more mask in LA because no one cares, but if she's in other parts of America, she dresses more femme, so she doesn't have to deal with the looks and whatnot. Listening to her speak, it's obvious to me that her sexuality is an important factor for how she dresses, but Cooper, who is a straight woman, steamrolls over that point to instead draw a connection between the two of them by saying she also has days where she doesn't want to get dressed for everyone else. Later on in the interview, there was a greater missed opportunity.
Look, and I have to say regarding Chapel, I understand why she does not want to do media appearances these days because everything she says results in a global hate campaign. Like she cannot exist without having the most insane hatred thrown her way. And that sucks. And that is something I call out all the fucking time. And maybe that's an example of what people see as cancel culture when it's really not. Like that's that is not something that I think should be considered under the umbrella of cancel culture. That is the internet being misogynistic and people being able to commodify and capitalize on misogyny. But one reason why celebs do not like to do interviews unless they are sure of being in a space that is not going to produce any controversial segment is because of how they're worried the internet is going to speak on them.
Opportunity, in my opinion, because around this time, Chapel Roan was getting lambasted online for making a TikTok statement about how she didn't want to get approached in public.
I don't give a fuck if you think it's selfish of me to say no for a photo.
And people took it
Like,
to
we're never getting this anymore. We're never getting Chapel with her TikToks, with her hair a little crazy, really telling it like it is. Not Sophie Cunningham's being transphobic, telling it like it is. But actually going on TikTok and going, shut the fuck up. This is ridiculous. We're not getting this anymore.
And that she was ungrateful for her fans. I didn't agree with that, but whatever.
I'm allowed to say no to creepy behavior.
In the interview, Roan clarified to Cooper that she actually loves her fans, but she doesn't love inappropriate behavior, and mentions a time when someone approached her while she was in mid-fight with her girlfriend. Cooper affirms her after her explanation simply with,
"I fucking love you."
And I just think this was a missed opportunity to go deeper on what that experience was really like for Roan, to feel unsafe or to feel like an object. And what was that trigger? Like what was going on in her head at the time that she felt the only way to advocate for herself was to record and upload this video onto TikTok? Or honestly, what her views are on using TikTok as a celebrity now. And then it'd be interesting for her to talk about how it really felt to see the press turn against her day after day, despite initially supporting her rise to fame. Literally anything else other than just being like, yeah, cool. I actually had the idea for this video because I came across Tobias Hess's Substack article, Why Are All Pop Star Interviews Like That? Hess mentions Call Her Daddy, but also names podcasts, therapists, Les Culturistas, and Zane Lowe as examples of the same phenomenon.
Las Culturistas. Can't even speak.
Writes, what unites all of these pieces of media is a giddy sensibility
It is
where the host
exactly
has the
as
effect
Tina
and
Fey said.
enthusiasm of a superfan. The pop star, in turn, acts bashful and pleased and at least appears to model a sense of safety and comfort, which in turn makes the viewer feel as if they're part of this intimate gabfest with
And I'm not saying that every one of these podcasts or I don't know, the media appearances celebrities make all need to be super hard hitting and intense. But a lot of them are just the same now glaze fest. It's just it's boring. It's boring. It's like, what is the point of this? This does not add anything.
Their fave. To give Alex Cooper credit, it's not always just vibes. She does have moments of profoundness. Around the 36-minute mark, she asks Rowan about her identity as Chapel versus Kaylee. And she goes on like a really well-spoken monologue about the pressures of fame and being a woman. I think Cooper is very smart. I think the people helping her write her interview questions are also very smart. But ultimately, she has to play the game. And in this day and age, entertainment is more important than serious journalism. And that's why after this statement, Cooper goes, I want to play a little game. And then, we get into the game segment of the podcast. Do I think that Call Her Daddy should get canceled? No. I mean, I don't know. I don't listen to it regularly, but I think that the frustration that some people have towards podcasts like Call Her Daddy is because the alternative, the serious journalism side, is shrinking. This combined with the fact that the journalism industry is contracting, young people increasingly use social media for news and are losing literacy skills, and the overall infiltration of generative AI to write articles, it's making
If there's no real interest in the subject as a person, it gets boring.
journalism seem very bleak. Today, I want to talk specifically about the celebrity interview, how it's declined as a medium, and the importance of maintaining it.
I'm Barbara Waters. So glad you're with us. Call Her Daddy. Welcome to Therapist. Good to see you again in this chicken shop. You're watching Homes.
Over here.
May she rest in peace.
I'm using Squarespace right now as a homepage for my book club, which you should totally
Ziwe,
join.
the
Our
only
next pick
hard-hitting
is going up
journalist these
October
days.
1st, and it's going to be a spooky one. I personally love
when
how easy
you
Squarespace's design
when you
tools
see
are.
the
They have
success
tons
of Call Her
customization
Daddy, what
options,
it's
like a
become,
stacked
and
font library
Joe
and
Rogan's
color choices
podcast,
for every single little thing
it
on the
makes
website.
sense that that's had a
Squarespace also
trickle-down
offers so
effect
many
on
different
the rest
analytical
of
tools as
the
well.
podcast
The website is
culture.
giving a party in the front,
Because
but, we
on
also
Joe
got
Rogan's
business in the
podcast, you
back
just have
with your
two
analytic
fucking
dashboard.
dumbasses
It's of course super useful if you're
just
trying to
about
grow
every
your
episode
business
going,
because you can see how engaged people are with your
exactly,
site.
yeah.
If you
yup,
are your
saying the
business,
stupidest
Squarespace
shit.
also offers
And
professional
sometimes it's
portfolio
amazing.
designs
Joe Rogan will
where you
have
can
on guests who
display
are
projects
even
in customizable galleries
even
and add
dumber than he
password-protected
is.
pages to share private work with your clients. I'm actually using a gallery page to display all the books I've chosen for the club, so the options are endless. Check out squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Minalay to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or
Wait, what happened to the Hassan episode of Ziwe? Why didn't that ever drop? Is that coming out later? Oh, okay.
Anne Helen Peterson wrote a piece on celebrity journalism for Believer
Maybe it
magazine in
was too
2014
boring.
that charts the history of the craft. She brings it back to historian Charles Ponce de Leon, who dates the emergence of personality journalism to the emergence of the public sphere in general in the late 18th century, a new era when any man could become a known public figure. He didn't need to be an aristocrat anymore. He could be a writer, a politician, an actor, anyone who had public visibility.
We're famous. We're celebrities.
But with this new public visibility, there came anxiety to manage it. Peterson explains that this management of the public self led to a growing skepticism among the general public towards public figures. She writes, As public personalities became increasingly aware of the importance of image and of their performance thereof, the public naturally developed a consciousness of and wariness about that performance. A public speech, a photo op, a self-penned editorial, they were compelling. They made the subject seem amiable or eloquent or stately, but they were also highly calculated. Even a layperson knew this. The personality or celebrity.
Look, say what you will about Anthony Fantano, and certainly you don't have to agree with everything. But at least he has never stopped being critical in his reviews. Even as he got bigger, became more prominent, he didn't change up. He didn't change up his stance on being honest in his reviews.
Profile arose as a way to create a more authentic narrative about the public figure. It hasn't been a perfect medium, and there's always been an element of control from the publicists and an underlying message of self-promotion for the star and their upcoming projects. But for the most part, it was a balanced act between the press and the studios. The press was the only mouthpiece for the celebrity to speak to the public, and therefore a necessary tool for marketing. In the second half of the 20th century, the power of the press grew enormously, and this is because the studio system unraveled over the course of the 1950s.
Now the world's changing out there. There's a lot of new, exciting ideas running around.
Under the studio system, stars were contracted by the likes of MGM, Paramount, RKO, etc. And so it was the studio's responsibility to work with the press and create an ultimately flattering profile of their stars. If the press didn't play by their rules, the studio could blacklist them from access to the rest of their roster. Say if you publish something crazy about Greta Garbo, say goodbye to your scheduled meeting with Jimmy Stewart.
And I just gotta say too, okay, so celebrities are now very sanitized, and they all have publicists, and they all media train, and they are very polished and essentially are running off a script because they are afraid to say something that would, quote unquote, potentially get them canceled. But here's the thing. What actually happens even when somebody says something that is deserving of rebuke? Nothing actually materially changes. And so in essence, it just now is this sanitized performance, and we are losing out on good stuff because of this fear that if you say anything that people online will get pissed, which, yeah, it's the fucking internet. Okay. It is the internet. And what I would say is I think that there is there's legitimate being pissed, and then there's illegitimate. For example, responses to Chappell Roan, illegitimate. Not serious. Responses to say, I don't know, some Zionist running their mouth, totally legitimate. But still, it does not, how the internet responds to whatever latest soundbite or something a celebrity has said, really, for the most part, nothing happens when it is when it is especially something where a celebrity says something that they deserve to get in trouble for.
It just wasn't worth the risk for publications. But once the studio system dismantled, the good side was that the stars were free from their exploitative
also
contract.
has to do with it? The answer is always yes.
But the bad side was that they were also left to fend for themselves in the press. They had to acquire their own agents, their own lawyers, their own publicists. And as Peterson explains, but even a powerful agent was somewhat powerless against a publication such as Scandal Rag Confidential, with seemingly nothing to lose. Even the formidable Henry Wilson, the man behind Rock Hudson, Tab Hunter, and a slew of similarly beefcaked male stars, couldn't entirely shield his clients. When confidential publisher Robert Harrison obtained evidence of Hudson's homosexuality, Wilson was able to kill the story only by sacrificing the reputation of another of his clients, Rory Calhoun, who had covered up his past as a juvenile delinquent. In these scenarios, it's obviously not good what the press was doing. Confidential was much more tabloid than journalism, but this kind of entitlement towards a person's private life.
Okay, wait, this is sending me. I can't believe that there's a whole culture of hating Trump that every celebrity jumped on during the first term, and now during the second, which is objectively much worse, these same celebrities are now quiet. Okay, I'll admit this is the wrong video to quote. It's the video with Mark Ruffalo and Olivia Wilde. Mark Ruffalo especially, who's been anything but quiet, and Olivia Wilde, who she has recently in promoting in promoting her film that she directed and starred in, has opened up about the shit that she had to deal with. And also Michael Moore. This is so fucking funny. Okay, I'll admit this is the wrong video to quote. It's like the few celebrities who actually have been consistent in speaking out. Oh, that is fucking funny.
Bled into celebrity journalism as well. Barbara Walters famously grilled her interviewees for years.
Are you a good mother?
Yes, I'm an excellent mother.
Ever do drugs in front of your child?
My
Oh,
God.
Barbara Walters.
She was able to do so because her interviews were incredibly popular. Her Monica Lewinsky feature reached an estimated 70 million viewers. She also established her.
And what I will say is, because I have talked about Barbara Walters in this era of journalism, the problem was not with Barbara Walters being hard-hitting. The problem was that Barbara Walters, like so many members of the press, were very specifically hard-hitting to women and were very specifically misogynistic and promoting misogyny in their hard-hitting interviews. That the difference between how male celebrities were treated versus female celebrities was quite clear.
Herself as like a real journalist, interviewing the likes of Vladimir Putin and Fidel Castro along with her regular celebrity roster. She even got Richard Nixon to admit that he probably should have burned the tapes.
Are you sorry you didn't burn the tapes?
Everybody in Europe that I talked to said, "Why didn't you burn the tapes?"
She was a
And the answer
clickbait
is,
queen
I
before it
probably should have.
existed.
So also to say, I think like her reputation put her in a place where she was able to be the kind of hard-hitting journalist that she was. Walters also had a gift for making celebrity journalism into news. She was unafraid, to ask questions that everyone wanted to know but felt they couldn't ask. Of course, it was a double-edged sword, as her interviews sometimes teetered on the side of sadism. In her 2000 interview with Ricky
They were targeting female celebrities and what were the foreign enemies of the U.S. at the time, like with Castro.
Martin, she asked about the rumors on his sexuality.
Yeah, if you were Castro or a young female celebrity, you got the treatment.
Explained that
sexuality is something that each individual should deal with in their own way. And that's all I have to say, Barbara.
Well, you could stop these rumors. You could say, as many artists have, yes, I am gay. Or you could say, no, I'm not. I don't want to put you on the spot, but but it's in your in your power to do it. And I'm bringing it up, Ricky, because you know that this is being said,
thank you so
and you're even
much.
being named.
Martin has later commented on the interview saying, "It's horrible. I felt that she was knocking like punch after punch after punch. It was really uncomfortable, to be honest." Walters apparently did regret this interview, but this was not the first or last instance where she showed little empathy for her interviewees, especially when those interviewees were women. She condescendingly asked Katharine Hepburn why she didn't wear skirts, asked Barbara Streisand why she didn't get her nose fixed, and asked Taylor Swift, "How are you going to find somebody?" The 90s and 2000s were an especially dark time for celebrity journalism, in my opinion, because of just the rampant misogyny permeating the media. Diane Sawyer, who was another hard-hitting interviewer and noted rival of Barbara Walters, famously interviewed 21-year-old Britney Spears in 2003. Sawyer grilled her over her sex life, her stage kiss with Madonna, among other topics where she took the most bad faith interpretation possible. And Britney made an Instagram post 20 years later saying that she felt she was exploited and set up by this interview.
It's one thing not to want to be the role model anymore. It's another thing not to know that a lot of young girls are looking at this.
But am I responsible for this?
This is painful.
Around the same time, Justin Timberlake went on the Star and Buck Wild morning show where he bragged about sleeping with Britney to laughter and applause.
And I just want to ask you one question. Did you Britney Spears? Yes or no? Oh, man. Come on, man. Okay, I did it. No,
Jessica M. Goldstein characterizes the 2000s as a combination of you go girl empowerment with young women garnering massive success in the entertainment industry, ignorance around phenomena like victim blaming and slut shaming, and a lack of legislation against revenge porn and invasive paparazzi.
See, the problem here is that it's not critics' critique of their artistry, but of their nitty-gritty of their private life with blatant bigoted bias.
Techniques. This wombo combo led to...
Yeah, it was about humiliating and shaming female celebrities. It was about putting them on the spot in a really... in a way that was intended to shame and embarrass them.
Ecosystem that offered little opportunity or vocabulary to fight back against the misogyny of the press.
A solo reading of a lyric or two. I just want to touch you, tease you, you, please you, love you, hold you, make love to you. I'm going to kiss you, you, feel you. Read these to your mom?
Of course not. I think the media should feel rightfully ashamed about this climate, and we don't need another person like Barbara Walters bullying young women, you know? But I also think that this shame is why some people, especially the young people who grew up in the 2000s like me, and who are now going on to host podcast shows, why they may feel the need to overcorrect and coddle their interviewees instead. It's also become more complicated as the power of the press has declined over the years overall, with just less and less people paying attention to traditional media.
Right. So this gets to what we talked about at the beginning of stream, the sanitization, the overcorrecting, the taking the spice and the bite out, and what's interesting and what is beyond surface level, and it all now just being very sterile and just a vehicle for celebrities to promote their work. And it's also all access journalism, right? It's all, whether from the White House to celebrity appearances, it is making sure that the celebrity is happy so that you will still have access to them and you will have access to other celebrities.
For influencer-driven content instead. And the problem with influencer-driven content is that other than the lack of editorial board and readily available resources that a legacy company comes with, influencers are personalities themselves. Most influencer podcasts only exist because the influencer's team denotes this as a proper career move for them to like build on their existing platforms. It's not like an inherent love of journalism. And this wouldn't be a problem if not for the fact that it's harder to get a podcast deal if you're just a journalist with no following, thus leading to this pollution of softball celebrity journalism. And even if you are an influencer with a podcast deal, you have to court your initial interviewees to come onto a show without proven success. No publicist is going to advise their client to go onto a show with low viewership to potentially get grilled on. But then by the time you have a successful podcast, like say Therapist, you've already shaped the structure of your interviews, and it would be a risk to your existing fan base to make it more like Barbara Walters style. Alex Cooper pivoted to more straight up journalism when she invited Kamala Harris onto Call Her Daddy before the election, and she received a lot of backlash for it. She defended her decision, saying, listen, I knew it was going to come. I'm very aware that my audience is very split, and I again take that with responsibility. I don't want to alienate people, but I did feel like I had a sense of responsibility. But again, Alex Cooper's net worth is in the multi-millions, so maybe she feels she can stand to lose some listeners. Not everyone is so lucky. But there's another conflict of interest. if the
I also
interview
can't get over though that was the one interview Kamala Harris chose to do.
interviewer thinks that the person they're interviewing can accelerate
Her
their
campaign
career.
being like, yeah, that's enough. That's great. That's gonna do it.
For example, Jake Shane is starting to get acting gigs according to Deadline. And if he wants to do more of them, it wouldn't really make sense for him to make enemies with an actor he brings onto his show, especially a more established one who could say to a producer, I can't work with Jake, get him off the movie.
Deborah, quick, what's your lip combo?
Tina Fey alluded to similar problems that Bowen Yang would run into if he kept being as candid about his opinions on movies while launching an acting career.
I don't think so, honey. Bowen Yang giving his real opinions about movies on this podcast. I regret to inform you that you are too famous now, sir.
In entertainment, nepotism and connections are everything. I mean, I would say every industry is like this, but for the context, entertainment, right?
Also, everyone knows this is the case. Nobody is shitting themselves or bullshitting themselves. We know that that's what's happening here. What Tina Fey identified is what they already know. They know that. Everyone knows that.
And now, especially in the age of social media,
nobody's shitting themselves. Well, ask Taylor Farms.
Jobs are no longer fixed. You don't have to just be a podcaster. You can also be an actor. But this climate is antithetical to the responsibility of the press, where writers shouldn't write as friends of their subjects. The writer's job is to serve as a proxy for the reader. And this might seem arbitrary, but it actually has larger cultural ramifications. New York Magazine's 2018 interview with Soon-Yi Previn, Woody Allen's wife, was conducted by Daphne Merkin, who'd been friends with Woody Allen for over 40 years. The whole article is not great, but to give you a sense of it, one of the ways that Merkin glorifies Woody and Previn's relationship is by putting down Mia Farrow, who notably alleged that Woody sexually abused their daughter Dylan. Merkin writes, according to friends of Soon-Yi's, whose kids have gone to school with hers, she was a hands-on mother, intent on taking her girls to museums, Broadway shows, the movies, places she says she'd never once gone with Farrow. Soon-Yi's job was raising these children, being there for Woody, running the house, says Lorinda Ash, who met Soon-Yi when they worked at Gagosian. She made sure they got the best tennis lessons, piano, guitar, ballet classes, whatever. She was always researching and asking advice. At the same time, she insisted that they practice and do their homework. Their life was very structured. The subtext here, which is not even subtext because of the direct dig at Farrow, is that Farrow is not as good of a mother, something that is totally unnecessary to even bring up in a piece about Soon-Yi Previn, but serves to add an overall positive narrative for Woody Allen by pitching him as creating this great home life for his kids. And through that, encourages the readers to question the validity of Farrow's claims. But to go back to the networking conflict of interest element, this is a consequence of a hyper-capitalist culture where everyone is expected to do as many careers as possible. It's not enough to just be one thing. You need to be a pop star.
You need to be
an actor.
things.
You need to be a producer. You need to sell bath
You're never
soap.
working
You also
hard
need to
enough.
launch a podcast, start a beauty company, and create a book club. I don't blame anyone for subscribing to the mindset. I absolutely do it too, especially because in content creation,
You aren't
money is
working
never
hard
guaranteed.
enough.
Videos can drop off and sponsorships can go dry. So if you want to join my book club, it's called Highbrow. And if you want to cast me, yes, I will.
You gotta have
put
that
myself
hustle
on tape.
mindset.
But now there's
Exactly.
this problem where everyone wants to be a celebrity or friend of a celebrity and no one wants to be the press. And who can blame them when the press industry is collapsing and when journalists are more undervalued than ever?
Everybody wants to be a celebrity or a friend of celebrity, and nobody wants to be the press.
Last year, singer-songwriter Tyla appeared on popular radio show The Breakfast Club, and she declined to answer a question about her identity in South Africa. She actually turned to look at her publicist to answer for her.
Can we not? Por favor.
Charlemagne the God, who co-hosts Breakfast Club, later explained the situation.
Labels always will come and say, hey, can you not ask this? Can you not ask that? Sometimes, depending what it is, like if it's something like really personal, really serious, something I know is traumatizing, I'll be like, sure, I'll oblige. For this one, I said no. They had 6 things they didn't want us to ask. I say no, I'm not going to oblige any of this. It is your job then, label, management, whoever, to either prepare the artist for the questions or pull the interview.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm fine with either or.
I understand hesitance from celebrities to answer.
Hate that he's talking with Andrew Schultz, who I can't stand. Charlemagne the God is so frustrating to me because sometimes he does nail it. And then a lot of times he does not. But he is correct on this. He is correct in saying, also, what is this fucking posture? What is this? Dude, that doesn't even look comfortable. Your ankle looks broken. Your spine looks like it's collapsing. Have you tried to stream like that? If I streamed like that, I would never get out of that. But anyway, Charlemagne is entirely correct. When he called this out, was like, that is fucking stupid. No, you prepare your client, right? You do your media training so they are prepared to answer questions, or you don't do the interview.
Controversial questions. Social media has made it so there's a living record of literally everything you've ever said. There's also pressure that someone can easily misconstrue your words or create a soundbite that twists your words out of context.
All of my friends who have kids are in hell.
Your words also have much more immediate
And she was
consequences
correct for that.
because people can comment and stitch. And
I mean, that's why, you know what, Brian Cox, kind of one of the rare ones out here who is happy to lob insults, especially in the direction of his fellow celebrities. He loves to insult his peers. He loves to talk shit.
Make reaction videos to literally whatever you've said for weeks or even months or even years. A joke you made years ago could come back to haunt you, as with Io Adebari, who had to apologize to Jennifer Lopez over comments she made about her on a podcast in 2020 because the two of them ended up on the same episode of SNL in 2024. This has ultimately led...
Or even celebrities who have Letterboxd. When they become famous and then they stop doing Letterboxd reviews. Io Adebari, again, had one of the best Letterboxd accounts. Gave us some gems. And then got too famous.
To a major media trained environment where stars will purposely make themselves into bland caricatures in order to avoid any controversy whatsoever. And I think this is also why whenever a celebrity, does step out of line, it draws a lot of attention and virality, oftentimes less because of what they actually said and more because they went mask off when we didn't expect it. For a person like Charlemagne, who is very successful with a show that has been inducted in the Radio Hall of Fame, he is in a place where he can push back against publicists.
I like when they talk from
Z-Way rates everything 5 stars on hers so no one can say anything about her ratings. That's honestly genius.
The back and say we can't. I like that.
He also started his career before the social media schmoozing culture, so I think he is really holding on to the ethics of old school journalism, though he can only do so much. As we saw with Tyla, some teams would rather look uncooperative on the show rather than have their talent speak. I think as the mainstream media landscape becomes more and more uncritical, this kind of publicist editorial oversight becomes just more and more normal. I've already made a video unpacking criticism in today's world. Check it out if you would like. But in sum, there's
that is so crazy because it's like, okay, so clearly you're just doing this to promote your work, but not to show who you are as the subject of your work. Where it's like, no, just my work. Let my work speak for itself. And it's so bland. It's so boring. It's so boring. This just fear of presenting the person as the subject, and instead it's like, but my album that I'm here to promote.
Not a lot of respect for critics anymore. Artists often angrily clap back at critics on social media, regardless of whether or not that critic has something valuable to say.
Used to think about strangling me.
In Tobias Hess's article, he mentions Halsey's response to a negative Pitchfork review in which she cherry-picked quotes and wrote the caption, "I think it's so beautiful that everyone interprets things differently." Every artist has a right to respond towards criticism, but I think the popular choice to shut down or memify criticism rather than genuinely engage and disagree leads to the kind of culture where criticism and the press as a whole is devalued. And when the press is devalued, it ultimately gets shut down. In early 2024, Condé Nast announced that they were absorbing Pitchfork into GQ magazine, and many people rightfully felt this move could end up diluting the sharp and critical voice long associated with Pitchfork.
Is this the sign of the death of music reviews?
Yancey Strickler wrote about it on Substack, saying, "It was once critics who helped shape cultural values, spotting a trend here, putting a scene on the map there."
It's like that Woody guy doing Reddit AMA.
Now the process
let's
is driven
keep this
by
about
metrics.
Rampart.
Now art and culture have been safely neutralized as interchangeable commercial objects, just like everything else. Who was it that criticized selling out in the first place? The critic, of course. The decline of the critic mirrors the decline of the mediums they cover. We talk about how a lot of studio movies aren't good anymore because these major studios are more focused on making profit and lazily using IP rather than investing in interesting creative projects. Yet the media landscape isn't encouraging the public to be interested in creativity either. Recently in July, The Times reassigned 4 of its art critics to other roles. Sia Mitchell, the culture editor, cited an effort to expand beyond the traditional review and has cited the need to incorporate new mediums like essays, new story forms, videos, and experimentation with other platforms. Look, I think you can absolutely produce great critical pieces through any of these other mediums. I'm on YouTube, obviously, but I am wary of the decline of long form writing and the trappings of social media optimized content.
Everything
which
has
is
to be
usually
video.
just that, content. I was talking to this actress at a party recently who was complaining to me about how she had to make TikTok videos to help promote the show she was on. And it was just silly dances, just meaningless trends, which in some cases can be natural and funny and contribute to fanfare. But when pushed out by a studio or corporation, can feel soulless and lacking in substance. Yet this short form content is the kind of promotional content that goes viral, so studios will keep trying to make their actors participate in it. The number of views Daisy Edgar-Jones, Glenn Powell, and Anthony Ramos got on their Apple Dance video outperformed the number of views they got for saying literally anything about their movie Twisters. Again, there is space for this.
I mean, that's why recently I think I said there was a clip of Anne Hathaway actually being asked about technical elements of Odyssey, and it was so refreshing. It was so refreshing to hear her speak at length about what deserves to be discussed, and it wasn't like being asked about some trend or some silly whatever
kind of promotional content, but without real criticism, people will not discover the kind of changes they might be wanting, and studios will continue to profit off of that ignorance and lack of demand.
Maxing
Richard
to
Brody
promote
explains this
sheep
perfectly for The New
detectives.
Yorker. What's lost in such diluted coverage is proper assessment of the basic cultural unit. Arts coverage risks becoming a spectacle unto itself, the creative vitality of individual voices replaced by a smorgasbord of packaged samples. There's also a relatively new genre of celebrity journalism that Brody touches on, the kind of promotional content that is created by artists themselves or by any other parties with vested interests. John Caramonica lists off some examples in his 2018 feature, R.I.P. The Celebrity Profile, for the New York Times. In Elle, Jennifer Lawrence...
Wig, what up, dude? Wait, Caroline, you didn't like the AI Slop Dog podcast promo? Who would have thought? It actually made me buy 10 tickets for opening night. I wasn't going to see that movie before, but now I'm taking the entire family, and we are going to watch that movie at least 3 times because of the AI dog Slop.
It's interviewed Emma Stone.
We're buying out
Blake
theaters.
Lively
That's
conducted
right.
Gigi Hadid's Harper's Bazaar May cover interview. Katy Perry's March Glamour cover interview was by the Instagram affirmation specialist Cleo Wade. Interview, a magazine predicated on these sorts of intra-celebrity conversations, was recently resurrected. In the comeback issue, Raf Simons talks with George Condo, a journalist chimes in occasionally, and Jennifer Jason Leigh talks to Phoebe Cates. I think a lot of these conversations can be interesting. Like, people memify actors on actors all the time.
The one where you played the camel? The humps of my heart. What an amazing film that was.
But it is cool to see 2 artists talking about art.
Yeah.
In terms of press tours, I think is one of the better marks.
Sometimes actors on actors produces really great conversation.
Moves because as an audience, we're actually learning something. And as artists, they can actually talk about things they're passionate about rather than having to answer rapid fire questions about what their favorite Taylor Swift song is on the red carpet.
What's your favorite Taylor Swift song? Girl, what the hell?
I'd argue the difference between actors and a celebrity profile and why the first can't fill the void left by the latter is that the latter, a celebrity profile, is personality journalism, meaning that it's supposed to dive deep into a person's character and life rather than just talking about the things that they do for work. Because of this emphasis on a person's life, I think it's easy for some people to brush off celebrity journalism as being frivolous and unimportant. But walk with me here. It's actually very important. Victoria Sands writes in her article, "There will be no further explanation. Celebrity news can provide a conduit to the discussion, negotiation, and understanding of socio-political issues, giving it both social and market value."
Yeah, I feel like this speaks to people kind of very people who think they are advocating for something but actually are not. So talking about how we need freedom of the press, and yet within our culture there being a shift away from prioritizing good journalism, that journalism is dying because yes, the institutions has been under attack, but that our own appetites and what we are just kind of choosing as what we are choosing to consume, which sends the message that we actually don't care about journalism. We don't care about protecting good journalism. Disheartening that people are simply just getting less curious. And don't get me started again on Stan Brain. Stan Brain has infected so much of culture, and it is important to destroy Stan Brain. We must root it out of ourselves, first and foremost. We must kill it with fire. We must kill Stan Brain with fire.
And indeed might promote greater media transparency through its capacity to interrogate carefully constructed messaging of a privileged class. My co-writer Am and I just had a long discussion the other day about Sabrina Carpenter and her album cover. And we realized that we weren't even really talking about Sabrina. She was just a vehicle in which to discuss the state of feminism, artist responsibility, and discourse culture on the internet. As a more concrete example, The New Yorker recently published an unflattering profile of Patti LuPone, where her comments towards Audra McDonald and Keisha Lewis sparked major outrage. While Patti was definitely criticized in the aftermath for her behavior, ultimately, I think the discussions were less about her and more about the racial microaggressions present in the theater community, as well as prompting us to take a hard look at the way we platform Broadway stars.
I am furious, but I am
where we draw the
sailing.
line between someone being
I
a
just realized
diva
it's still my
and
go
someone
live
just being a bully.
notification.
There's such a difference between having a confrontational, bold, audacious, diva-like personality and using that as justification to be racist, rude, mean, and entitled and snobby.
Victoria Sands also raises a point about how modern journalism owes its genesis to the intent of the working class on cultivating a form of mass communication to elevate their voices, thus creating a press of their own outside the elite. Celebrity coverage thus offers an opportunity to critique the wealthy elite. Therefore, it's interesting that these days, it seems like both the interviewer and the interviewee are part of that privileged class. I've watched a few episodes of Call Her Daddy for research, and there were a number of times when I wished Alice Cooper would have challenged her guests, like what her guests were saying. But then I was also thinking about how when you're wealthy and surrounded by wealthy people all the time, it's harder for you to discern when something is tone deaf.
Are you still using your dad's credit card?
The black card hates to see me coming.
It's nice that it's not a sugar daddy. Like, this is your actual dad. This is
it's the sugar daddy minus the sugar.
Or when something doesn't apply to the majority of your listeners.
Anyone?
I feel like political news coverage is one and the same as celebrity media these days, which is why the TMZ shift to DAC makes so much sense. Yeah, TMZ can seamlessly shift between doing politics and then doing celebrity and pop culture because it is the same. It does feel the same. And honestly, that is a result of the 24-hour news cycle where media and news need to keep people engaged, and it's all a competition for viewership. And so what is prioritized is drama, is entertainment. It's all about turning it into like a spectator sport and treating it as treating it as like finding the sensationalism in the coverage because that's what will keep the views. And it's also how celebrities it's how politicians are treated as celebrities, where there is absolutely a crossover in celebrity culture and political culture. And there seems to be this because of treating celebrities like superstars. Oh, Jesus, I keep saying celebrities, politicians. Harley! Treating politicians like superstars, celebrities. We see Stan Brain in politics as well. I mean, it's all part of one and the same culture. Oh my God, Farley. Miss Gina, darling, thank you for the raid. Thank you, darling. And it was so good to see you the other night. The Daha, thank you for the 8 months. Tell Farley I miss him. Farley, Gina misses you. A bork, bork, bork. Yeah, so there's a lot to be said about the oh my God, Farley. You know what? Could have stuck Farley on a podcast, and that would have been a hell of a lot better than that freak ass AI Slop.
Comments being like, this girl sucks, blah, 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 it's not a flex. You're poor.
But again, Call Her Daddy, Therapist, etc., these podcast shows are not meant to be hard-hitting journalism. They're actually meant to be aspirational in some ways. As Tobias Hess notes, Jake Shane is able to scratch the ultimate itch for our parasocial culture, to be strikingly vulnerable and open about your struggles while still in proximity to and beloved by our culture's coolest.
Been working out a lot with my friend Jake Shane. I love Jake Shane.
I would say that for a lot of people, the appeal is less on actually learning anything about the celebrity getting interviewed and more about the fantasy of being able to chat informally with them. And to be fair, I think that because we've all been aware of the PR mitigated press in the past 10 years or so, we are naturally skeptical towards any long form interview where the interviewee has the chance to come up with carefully constructed answers, or the team has the chance. A casual chat seems less planned in comparison, even.
Look, cable news is reality TV and politics. That's what it is.
Though it is still manufactured. Ultimately, we are still looking for authenticity, but authenticity looks different in the social media age. I think this desire for authenticity is why shows like Amelia de Moldenberg's Chicken Shop Date, Hot Ones, and Watch What Happens Live are especially popular because, they put
and also politicians, they do these shows, right? They do social media trends. They engage in pop culture. They go on these podcasts. There is such a blurring of the lines because that's what the whole culture is now. And it's funny. That's why it is funny when people will dismiss my content and be like, oh, she just does stupid pop culture. It's not serious. Like politics, like political coverage is so serious these days. Come on, please. It's all treated as spectacle. It's all sport. It's the prioritizing of personalities, of creating drama.
In awkward, unexpected situations, which would simulate more natural reactions.
What's the scenario?
You've just found out some really, really sad news that you've been dumped.
As Lewis Staples explains for Harper's Bazaar, many fans enjoy watching celebrities sobbing in pain after eating spicy wings on Hot Ones because spaces like that feel more real, at least until they become too big or too slick. For Hot Ones in particular, the host Sean Evans also participates in the hot wing eating, and I think watching these two people undergo a somewhat ritualistic, cathartic performance produces a kind of intimacy that we even feel as a viewer.
We gotta do it together.
I feel so safe with you. My mouth is completely numb, and I've made a new friend that I hope stays in my life for a long time.
So I thought I'd wrap up this video with a few examples of really good celebrity interviews, just because I think that it's easy to say that we're missing something, but harder to say exactly what it is that we're missing. I think most people can agree that Oprah is a fantastic interviewer.
Do you think you took a public bullet for something that wasn't really your fault? You do?
Yeah. The magic of Oprah's interviews is that she treats everyone like a normal human being. Probably because she started her career talking to normal people. And in that, she recognizes that humans are inherently flawed, and she therefore probes at those flaws less in a judgmental, surprised way that's like, how can you be like this? And more in a sincere, curious, like, what compelled you to act like this way? She's always looking for explanations.
You didn't feel guilty?
No, I didn't feel guilty at the time.
Did you ever feel remorse for it?
Oprah was also able to create emotional intimacy between viewers and the interviewees organically through asking them the right questions to reveal who they were, almost like a therapist, rather than by like gabbing like a bestie and manufacturing games. Los Angeles Times television critic Mary McNamara explained, the only thing Oprah was interested in was what made you feel, what made you cry, what you were scared of, what you were proud of. She was interviewing people as if she was talking to a child, getting to the bare emotional core. Oprah also does this thing where if she doesn't get the full answer to a question she asked, she somehow manages to ask it again, in other words, later on. For example, in her interview with Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, early on, Meghan mentions that their son Archie will not be given his birthright prince title. Oprah asks what the reasoning is, and Meghan keeps insisting that she doesn't know because she wasn't told.
There's no explanation.
They chat for about like 4 or so more minutes, mostly about the logistics of having the title and why Meghan feels it's important. And at first, Meghan says it's just the security like that title would give her son. But then as they unpack it more, it becomes clear that it's also because she's a
Caroline, I want to thank you for giving me the confidence to be able to talk to people about pop culture and getting them to understand without them saying, why do I care?
offended that they're trying to take away something from him that's guaranteed to all of Charles III's other.
But it's also so absurd because it's like everybody is engaged in pop culture. It is what is popular in culture. So to a degree, everyone is engaged in it. But there is still this attitude of like, yeah, but this doesn't matter, or who cares? And then treating politics as somehow separate. Like politics as this separate, serious system over here. And it's like, do you pay attention to politics? How political coverage works? How politics is entertainment? It's culture. We live in culture. This is everything that occurs in our culture.
Their grandchildren. And then Oprah asked the question again,
so
but rephrased to mean like what Meghan thinks is the reason why Archie wasn't given the title.
You certainly must have had some conversations with Harry about it and have your own suspicions as to why they didn't want to make Archie a prince.
And then that segues into the topic of race, which was one of the highlights of the entire interview. And I think this was done masterfully because if race was hard launched as a topic from the beginning, a lot of conservatives would have turned off the program or claimed that Meghan Markle was being overly dramatic.
Like when people say games and movies shouldn't be political. Right. It's all this. So many examples tonight of how of how a lot of the framing here, a lot of the attitudes that are being driven by the reactionary right, in the same way that the right wing goes, keep politics out of my games and my movies, that keep politics out of my culture, when they absolutely do politics just their way, but how that is just a different version of, well, pop culture shouldn't be treated seriously, and not certainly in the way that political news should. That there is some separation between politics and pop culture. Come on.
And not everything is about race, yada, yada. I mean, I'm sure some people still did, but
You
I think
consider
that the
you're
way
woke
this
of the
interview
day. I am
flowed,
woke of the
it
day.
really set up the context for this discussion to be properly received by someone who
Everyone's engaged in the pop culture they care about. Any other section of pop culture they say no one cares because they can't see beyond their own nose. Same as when people think they can just not engage with politics. Yeah, it's like, this is what is dominant in the mainstream at the current moment and what drives the overall culture. These are the attitudes, these are the trends, this is the media, this is the this is the politics, this is the these are the values. This is what is in the dominant mainstream at the current moment, and the then downstream effect that it has.
Maybe living under a rock on race issues.
Do you think it's because of his race? And I know that's a loaded question, but
I can give you an honest answer.
With that said, Oprah is a friend of Harry
but
and
I can give
Meghan.
you
She
an
was at their
honest
wedding, and
answer.
she confirms this right from the beginning. But I think because she's a trained journalist and very secure in her own profession, she doesn't lose sight of what the interview is about. Of course, there are natural biases, and she never really pushes Meghan throughout the interview, but I think this just sort of reaffirms what I've been trying to say, which is that a healthy press ecosystem is able to spotlight a variety of different approaches. Oprah is a great person to speak with when you have a tricky or controversial topic you want to share with the world. She'll make it into an entertaining conversation, and she will dig for more depth when someone is being reticent. I also think that the nature of a video interview lends itself to a more empathetic approach, and that's why written criticism is still really important, because the writer is able to have total freedom to jot down their own thoughts and impressions from the moment they sit down with their interviewees without having to worry about what the interviewee will say until the piece goes public. As an example of excellent written media, Michael Schulman's Jeremy Strong profile in The New Yorker was fantastic and so compelling. I love Jeremy Strong.
Oh, come on, man. F off.
I think he's one of today's greatest actors, and in the future, Schulman kind of makes fun of him and the lengths he will go for a strong, pun intended, performance. For example, Schulman writes, while shooting the 1968 protest scenes, Strong asks a stunt coordinator to rough him up. He also requested to be sprayed with real tear gas. I don't like saying no to Jeremy, Aaron Sorkin told me, but there were 200 people in that scene and another 70 on the crew. So I declined to spray them with poison gas. I think to anyone who already doesn't like Jeremy Strong, this profile would add fuel to the fire, solidifying this idea that he's self-important and kind of ridiculous. But I personally found Strong to be quite endearing after reading. Like, he's exactly the type of impassioned actor who I like to see becoming successful. He's someone who isn't afraid to try really hard, and even if it ends up with him fracturing his foot because he's running in Tom Ford dress shoes to create the reality of being sweaty and breathless during each take of a scene. Schulman also points a few times to the lucky charms that Strong religiously carries around, which I think goes to show implicitly Strong's gratitude towards life and the opportunities he's been given, something that many A-list actors take for granted. The Hollywood Reporter commended the interview, writing, "This is a nuanced, multi-sided portrait of an extremely dedicated actor. It has inspired a range of reactions from people, including many who say they are even more impressed by Jeremy Strong's artistry after having read the article." I was very lucky. I was lucky enough to see Jeremy Strong live in the Broadway play Enemy of the People last year, and he blew me away. there's a scene where he literally gets like pummeled with ice and people pour all this beer on him, and he spends like the last several minutes of the play sopping wet and definitely uncomfortable. And, you know, as I was watching, I was thinking in the back of my head, he's doing this 8 times a week. And he was very committed. And that was like actually the second show of the day. I mean, I think there's a fine line, obviously, between abusing your body and dedicating yourself to the craft, but I can respect his testament to relaying truth through his art. Strong was upset about the profile, though, calling it his 15 minutes of shame with a long tail. I hadn't felt judged like that in a long time. He also seemed sad by the comments his coworkers said about him in the article, and I can understand that. I think it's hurtful to read what some of your peers think of you. Though I also thought there was a lot of underlying respect for Strong within all the statements they made. Regardless, I appreciate that he actually took time to articulate why the profile bothered him rather than try to clap back in a tweet. And then on top of that, he did it through another interview with GQ, so it's clear he's a somewhat amicable relationship with the press. Aside from my personal love of Jamie Strong, I think
Brian Cox has something to say on that matter.
The best kind of profile can conjure all these sorts of mixed messages, mixed feelings, because it really captures the nuances and
Brian Cox is like, well, if you ask me,
confusion that characterizes a normal human being. We all have things that we can like or dislike about the people in our lives. And so I love when that courtesy can extend in an interview too. Ultimately, the interview is supposed to be a medium for understanding and discussion. And I hope that we continue to platform the journalists who are committed to that work. Once again, I think content is fine. I love fan service as much as the next person. I love that it can arouse mainstream fervor.
But we have to have categories here. We have to have it can't all just be what everything is, right? We got to have all of it. Fan service cannot be what all of cultural journalism is.
The arts. I love to laugh. I love to see Glenn Powell doing a stupid little dance. But, you know, I also want to read about the PR stunt he did with Sydney Sweeney, how that even came about, and his unconventional path to being a leading man in Hollywood, because I know he's been working for a really long time, and it's just been the last couple years or so that he's really blown up. In general, I think all these things have a place in a healthy media ecosystem, and we just have to push for them. Okay, that's all I have to say.
You know what I would say too? I think this speaks to the dissolving of the movie star as a genre of celebrity, and that now, because so much is driven by like celebrities doing marketing in the form of viral trends and TikTok dances and all that, it is also because there's no mystique, because there's no drive to see a project because of the movie stars that are heading it up. That internet killed the movie star. The movie over the movie star, and that the emphasis being on people.
Do you need anything?
No.
Later on, if you get a chance to watch some of my dub work, I think you'll really enjoy it.
Your dub work?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was pretty amazing, actually.
What's going to kill the internet star? The meteor. All right, let me finish this and then I'll look.
Thank you so much for listening to me ramble. I have a Substack, as I said. I'm trying to...
Anyway, it's because celebrities are on the internet because they all have, social media presence. And so now studios and streamers use them in their marketing materials and have them do stuff that is like popular online, which is, of course, a lot of internet trends.
Promote. I'm trying
Same
to be
as the
better at,
dinosaurs. Nice.
my
Yes, we're coming
things
full
because,
circle.
a girl cannot.
Honestly, I know. AI killing the internet
just
star.
depend on YouTube forever for her paycheck, though she will try her darned hardest for as long as she can. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I don't even know if I said the heat is so hot that my camera literally turned off like mid recording this video because it was too hot. So I'm so sorry for everything. For everything. Just for everything, yeah. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
And it's so interesting because it's like, okay, if the mystique has been removed because of changes in the industry and just how now it's less about the star and more about the IP, then that would be okay if celebrities were not putting forth these very sanitized internet-friendly versions. And it's like, all right, so less mystique, but now that translates to more sanitation. Everyone will be staying at Austin's for Portland Live. Yeah, we'll be having a big fair-end sleepover. Extra Emily did a lot of internet trends and repackaged her content into Hulu's show. No, I know. Which is, I think, the first of its kind. Speaking of celebrities just doing stuff, I learned today Miranda Cosgrove has a STEM YouTube channel. Wow. Shiana, thank you for the 21 months. Shy, thank you for the 13 months. Chairman Blackfist, thank you for the 21 months. Okay, let me see one of these. Will Neff dubs. Voiceovers. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm taking a look.
Upset. Are you upset? No. No, so you don't give a shit about any of this? I do give a shit about this. Are you upset? Yes or fucking no? Yes, you are upset. Yeah. Say it. I'm upset. Say it so the whole band can hear you.
What is this?
I'm upset. Louder! I'm upset. Louder! I'm upset. You are a worthless, friendless, ugly-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill and it was weeping and slobbering all over my drum kit like a fucking 9-year-old girl. So for the final father-fucking time, say it louder! I'm upset! Carl, start practicing harder, Neiman. Whiplash.
Wow.
R125.
Honestly, better than the original. Better than the original.
You want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night, he goes off crazier than usual. Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. So, me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it. He turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?" He comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious?" He sticks the blade in my mouth. "Let's put a smile on that face." And why so serious? You want to know how I got...
Will, I'm watching your dubs. He does such a good Joker.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down.
You killed your Joker.
And inside the car, I'm not assuring anything. You're under arrest.
What? I'm under what?
All right.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people. Why did you do this to me?
Look in the car.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, well, that's a nice headlock, sir.
Wait, okay, stupid question. Does it give you the script?
Kind of.
Oh, Ah, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir. Are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare you? Get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell.
Okay, wait, where's the Spanish?
Dude, the Spanish one.
Where's
Caroline,
the Spanish Joker one?
I was laughing so hard I got exhausted.
It gives you script and audio waveform.
I think I was laughing. Oh, Indy never ready. Let's go.
Vicky. Yeah? Does your dad really have cancer? No. No, no, no. What? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't do that. I thought we were having a nice day. We are.
Why does it matter? I thought we were having a nice day.
We are. It's okay.
I'm laughing watching this.
We are.
All right, we gotta watch Spanish language jokes.
Okay, here is Spanish. Hold on.
This is.
Quedan pocos minutos. Tendrás que seguirme el juego para salvar a uno de ellos. Oye, por un instante. Creí que realmente era.
It's working. No one's gonna be able to understand it.
What is happening?
You have to get to the actual where they play it. Hang on.
Cerveza Cristal.
Does no one have the?
Dad, Sarah, come on.
Nada de eso. There you go.
This is the funniest thing.
Se quiero juguemos. Voy a tener que un poquito.
El policio malo y bueno y rutia.
Nada de eso.
No one pesas cala cabeza. La victim kind of confusa and concert. Jake?
Pero es por mí. Aquí estoy.
Quería ver lo que quieras. Y no fue una descripción. Que ella moría que no personas. Y luego de esta hedito muerto puesta. Hija por mí saca culo.
¿Dónde está?
Estos malfieros se tienen madre para que todo virus. Pero yo soy la verdad. Y no será como estos tan gordos para siempre.
¿Por qué quieres?
Wait, you and I need to do telenovelas.
Yeah, we should do those.
No quiero ese sante. ¿Qué es un hacetín verde a Rómulo? ¿Los mafiosos? No, tú eres la puerta de mí.
Por dinero.
No hables como un heredero. Okay, verdad?
It's almost Spanish.
Wait, so how do you do this?
I'll set it up for you.
What do you mean set it up?
It's a game.
It's a game. Okay, I have to do this. I have to do this week.
It's so good.
And then do you? Oh, Haas says he can help. Okay.
Wait, get to the end of this.
Para eso solo eres un monstruo. Como yo. Tu necesitas ahora. Tú has helado.
Como uno leproso.
Son cordial. Esto tu mal cristiano. Tu vas a olvidar la primera cena de promados. Solo son tan buenos como el amor de tele hogar.
This feels like it should be a crime.
Como dejar de ser tú. Todos estas personas civilizadas. Sé cómo estás, mi ares. Yo no soy un monstruo. Solo quiero eso.
no está de... ¿Tienes antes reglas de creepy?
Todo está en orden.
Solo tengo una.
¿Dónde está?
¿Cuál es? La única forma de vivir del mundo es las reglas de la noche. Le estoy considerando. Helios. ¿Dónde estoy? ¿Matas en la elección? ¿Dónde estoy? My head. Amigo. Tú no eres nada. Nada con un miser, nada. Con permiso, Hasa con Taro de Freezer. Tú did like... Él está en 52. The other one is across town at El Centro.
26.29%. That's honestly better than I thought. Holy shit. Oh my God. Dude, what? So this is like a new game that came out? What's it called? Voice something? Holy.
Full test flex seal on a bucket, but you've never seen anything like mine.
So it's called the Choicer Voicer. Are you supposed to get it as close as you can to the original? Like there's a score.
That's a lot of damage. How about a little more?
If you're going for percentage. Okay.
That's a lot of damage. Let's see if it's gonna leak. Yep.
And can you do anything, or you have to like pre-download? Is that where Haas comes
Ooh,
in?
that was a lot of fun. All right, let's seal it with Flex Seal. All you gotta do is just spray a nice, even
You have to
coating.
pre-download.
Spray
Okay.
around, and you're gonna see that when you spray, it's gonna fill all the cracks and holes. You don't want to put on too much at once.
This is how I can do Shrek 2 on stream. I just dub every character in the movie. God, I have to do a Twilight one. Absolutely. What are you? Say it. Say it. Vampire. How old are you? 17. How long have you been 17? A while. A long time. Yeah, I got to do I have to test out my Jennifer Coolidge. You have to watch the string cheese one.
Give me a pizza with extra cheese. Extra cheese. And hold the tomato sauce. Hold the tomato sauce. And hold the crust. Hold the crust. Hey, Jimmy, give me a cheese with
Thank you.
Cinema.
Now you can have the best part of the pizza without the pizza. Paleo string cheese, all natural, individually wrapped cheese snack.
Is this what you want? Bellissimo. Magnifique.
Say, boom. Try Paleo string cheese. It's the best part of the pizza. Oh my God. Oh my God.
40%. The Twilight one that they have. Twilight, I know you are perfect. Yeah, exactly. This is the scene where Bella comes to the realization Edward's a vampire. Yes. Yes. All right, listen, y'all. Listen. We got to do this week. Yeah, you have to pre-download. So I want to get this all set up. we gotta do this. I gotta figure out what night I want to do this because this is hilarious. You know how that looks, right? There's also duo mode. Oh my God, Will, we have to do duo mode. William, we're gonna do duo mode. Okay. Okay, great. This game is made for you guys. I know it actually is. All right, Haas, I want to set this up, and then I want to also do duo mode with Will. Wubby. I have to watch Wubby's Twilight. Hold on. Or no, he's
Here. Oh, please, somebody upload that. House rule, one try. I think it's better.
I'm not scared of you.
Oh, God.
I'm not
I'm not
scared
scared of you. You kick a dog?
This guy's
not just I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, people wanted to say that Kristen Stewart couldn't act in Twilight, and yet now saying that nobody can do it.
You better hold on tight, spider monkey.
I got this first take.
You better hold on tight, spider monkey. Do you trust me? Do you trust me?
You trust me?
And close your eyes.
All right, but this is just gonna be me iconic. I'm not scared of you. Well, you really shouldn't have said that.
Okay, wait, honestly, his Edward? Not bad.
We'll see. You better hold on tight, spider monkey. You trust me? In theory. Open your eyes. This isn't real. This kind of stuff just doesn't. It does in my world. Dude, I always know the worst is about to happen because you can hear the mic kind of kick on. Somebody get these beggars out of here. Oh,
This is a game that also Sam needs to do because Sam needs to do it. But this is the type of game that I'm sure pops on clips. You have to see Chris's Twilight. Yes, I do.
Out loud. Say it. Vampire.
What happened with his mic? He did it with his busted mic. Holy shit. Oh my God, that is so fun. Okay, we're gonna get this set up. I can't do it tonight because a friend of mine just got here, so I gotta pop off so I can hang out with her. But also I have to download this and get it set up. But we're definitely doing it this week. This is a game after my little theater kid heart. And you know what? This also proves my theory that everybody has a theater kid in them. See, it always sounds weird when I say it that way, but everyone has a theater kid inside of their body. Everyone does. That doesn't sound better. That sounded worse. Yep. Everybody is a theater kid because you see people having fun with this game, with this dubbing game. And it proves my theory correct. A theater kid at heart. There you go. Yes, that sounds so much better. Tomorrow we have Hong Watch, Peggy Watch. We've got primaries happening tomorrow, so big night tomorrow night. It is also Telenovela Tuesday. Telenovela Tuesday continues. Big night. Big night. So I will see you all tomorrow. Sorry, I got to run, but thank you so much for joining me. So we shall return to Santa Diabla. Maybe we'll see how they serve up the next episode. Maybe they'll just give us a little sliver and then skip 20 seasons. And you know what? We won't even be able to tell the difference. Oh, I also will be on Bituation Room with Francesca Fio at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So if you are a Bituation Room watcher, if you're a Franny Fio fan, I'll be on that tomorrow. And then I will be live at my normal time. Sending you to Jess Capricorn. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. And I will see you